Vallahi hocam gönderilecekmiş işte siz. Başlayayım mı? Our dear guests and our dear students, welcome to the second day of 2022 Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference. We would like to connect online with Assistant Professor Dr. Sandrine Labori of University of Ferrara, Italy, for delivering her opening speech.
Hello.
Hello, Professor. Can you
Hello,
hear
can
us?
you hear me? Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me for this opening speech. The first thing I would like to do is to share my screen, but I don't know how to do it with this StreamYard. So can I have help with that?
Sorry, your sound is a little bit low.
Low, okay. Is this better? Is this better?
No, not actually.
Not actually. Boo? Let me raise a bit more. Is this okay now?
Slightly better, yeah.
Slightly better. Okay. I'm sorry. The volume is at maximum, so
it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
So, I found how to share screen. Condividi schermo. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, Professor.
Ah, okay. I should have connected before to try and... I have to...
You have to choose the present. There is present. Can you see it on the low screen? Bottom.
Google Chrome. I also have to authorize Google Chrome to access to my screen in the...
It's okay.
Oradan bakarak şimdi.
Okay.
Now, can you see the present short for presentation on the bottom of the screen?
Yes.
Okay, please click that.
Yes.
Then click slides.
Ah, slides.
Yes.
Okay, wait. slide. Okay.
Then choose your computer and find your presentation there.
Carica file. Okay.
And you find your presentation, upload it, and it will be on the screen.
Ah, okay. Sorry for that.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem.
I've done it. It's elaborating.
Okay. Okay. Let's wait.
Let's hope.
It should. It should. We are checking the screen as well.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. So
okay.
To make it like on full screen. Oh, it's okay. It's full screen now. Thank you. We are waiting.
Okay. Okay. And can I go through? I don't know how to go through all the slides to go. Oh, okay. No, it seems to be okay.
Yes, it's working.
Slide. Okay. Okay. I'm in now.
Okay.
So sorry for that. Sorry for that. So thank you once again for inviting me. Given the scope of the Sepip conference, I thought about focusing on industrial policy today. So my opening speech will deal with industrial policy in a context of dramatic disruption. And I will make a suggestion, which is that everybody must play its part in this very difficult context. What I have to, I want to stress is that all the insights of the presentation I will make today derive from contributions to a handbook of industrial development that I've had the pleasure to edit together with my colleague in Ferrara, Patrizio Bianchi, and colleague at the University of Bath, Phil Tomlinson. So I will show you a picture of that book in the end of my presentation. This book will be published in January 2023, so very soon. So what I'm used to, so I've been working on industrial policy for 20 years or more now, surely industrial policy has returned at the turn of the 21st century. And all through the years, it has become more and more needed because of disruptions that seem only to accumulate. So the context now in which to consider industrial development is very strained and full of disruptions. We have globalization that has been restrained by the crisis, the global financial crisis, the pandemics, now the energy crisis, which have essentially short-term effect, not only, but essentially. And then this is all these crises arise in a context of very deep structural change, long-term change, which is the transformation due to the fourth industrial revolution, because I am convinced that all the technological changes, the change in technological paradigm that is happening now is a real industrial revolution, coupled with industrial revolution, which translates into digital transition, which is coupled with the necessary green transition. So long-term transformations are driven by Industry 4.0, as it is called, the fourth industrial revolution, and climate change. The twin transition, digital and green, is not an easy transition to make. It will bring new industrial sectors, new strategic inputs, also strategic products, and many sectors completely transform, such as the auto industry. The automobile industry has always been like a laboratory of structural changes, from the shift to mass production in the shift to the second industrial revolution, the shift to the flexible production system in the third industrial revolution. So now it is also a laboratory of these structural changes, as shown by a chapter in the handbook, by the way. So the current current context is extremely complex. It also brings big geopolitical changes, as always with industrial revolutions. In the first industrial revolutions, from late 18th century to mid 18th century, UK was the world leader. And then in the second and third industrial revolution, the USA became the world leader. And now, for the fourth industrial revolution, who will be the leader? The two candidates, I would say, are the USA and China, and their trade war is perhaps also a sign of these geopolitical tensions. So, what industrial policy strategies in this context, which is also a question for firms, what strategy to adopt in this context? So I've done this sort of drawing with the circles and the different challenges in each circles: the pandemics, the green transition, Industry 4.0, inequalities, migrations, which are global challenges. I've been using this drawing for several years now, and each year I add new challenges in it, because things seems to add up each year. So we have recession, inflation, supply chain disruptions, production interruptions, now, and a war in Europe and energy crisis. So in this difficult context, first, before drawing what kind of industrial policy is needed in this context, we have to be aware of the risks involved. In this context, we have many risks, both short-term and long-term. GVC disruptions, global value chain disruptions, problem of unemployment, plant closure. There can be sudden loss of competitiveness, as we can see now in Europe, due to the sudden rise and substantial rise in energy prices, which rise in to different extents across countries. So some firms in some countries are losing competitiveness just in a moment, for reasons beyond their control. In the long term, all these pressures for change, structural change, coupled with the crisis, raise high risk of uneven development, especially at regional level, and social inequalities, because the most vulnerable people, also the most vulnerable organizations like SMEs, are the ones which have more difficulties in undertaking the transition. The implication for industrial sectors of these risks, there can be lack of supply, which are all things that we have witnessed. Lack of supply of raw materials, parts and components, sudden loss of competitiveness. Lack of human capital is also a problem shared in the world. After the pandemics, many people want good jobs. That's a job with decent wages and that allow decent quality of life. plus, above all, the problem of the adequacy of skills in this transforming world, which is doing the twin transition, digital and green. New skills are needed, and education systems have to adapt and provide firms with adequate skills. And as I already said, SMEs are more vulnerable, although they are very important because in all economies in the world, they are job creators and they are also introducers of innovation. So what about global value chains? That was a question I was asked in my preparation to this for this opening speech. Global value chains will production remained organized with production processes unfolding over the whole world, or will we have reshoring or friend shoring? So will production be made in specific territory, in proximity now? It is true that some sectors are very much affected by the current context, and this graph shows an index compiled by McKinsey, the consultant, which is an index of shock exposure of the different sectors, and you can see some sectors are more affected than others by all the current shock. Sure, global value chains will change differently across sectors. There has been lots of discussion since the pandemics about reshoring, about friendshoring. So backshoring or reshoring is the relocalization of production process or production phases in the home country or territory. Nearshoring or friendshoring is the relocation of production to nearby countries, friendly countries, that's trustworthy countries. However, what I want to mention, to stress here, is that this debate about reshoring that was so strong, especially during the pandemic, has been existing for quite a while now. As you can see from this quote from Jeff Immelt, who was the CEO of General Electric in 2012, 10 years ago. He was saying outsourcing is quickly becoming mostly outdated as a business model for General Electric appliances. So already there were, at least it appears among firms, some consideration of whether extending production processes over the whole world was a good idea. Why they were having these considerations? Because for different reasons for that. Labor costs have risen even in low labor cost countries. The fourth industrial revolution, so Industry 4.0, also makes building factories in the home territory a good option for some firms, especially if countries implement industrial policy that's policy to support the big investment needed for these new technologies. And then, of course, the green transition, climate change. There are transport costs are rising and will continue rising inevitably. So long supply chains will bear increasing transport costs. So this is also a consideration to make. And added to that, reshoring has a number of advantages. There was problems of low quality of productions in offshore factories. If you reshore or if you do production in the same territory, time to market generally reduces. And then producing in proximity also brings some advantages that have been very much stressed in the literature on industrial districts or industrial clusters, which are agglomeration externalities. Having production done in the same territory leads to the local community, local territory sharing a knowledge base that allows higher innovation. And then again, a quote of Jeff Immelt saying, "When you outsource, your whole business goes with it." So it is quite illuminating, this quote. So in a context of high volatility and uncertainty as we are in today, should all firms reshore? Probably not. Probably not, because it would be extremely costly to reshore all production. But probably for firms, I would paraphrase Winston Churchill, that mentioned that in another circumstance, but he said in a context of high volatility and uncertainty and risks, the best strategy is diversification, and diversification alone. So diversify your sources of supply of raw materials, parts and components. The likely scenario is that I think globalization will continue and global value chains will continue, although probably globalization measured by the rise in trade, the growth in trade worldwide will become less exponential, I would say, so lower trade growth rates, but globalization will continue. And in fact, an aspect of industrial policy needed today is absolutely not to close, but remain open to world trade. Probably globalization will become multipolar, organized around poles, so where international trade will be more more dense. Okay. So what industrial policy in this context? As I already said, I have worked on industrial policy for decades now. I'm getting old. As was already stressed in our panel, the panel we had yesterday together with Murat Yulek, it was stressed that industrial policy needs a holistic approach, comprehensive approach. So industrial policy is not made of only measures specific to industry or to sectors, but it is made of very different policies that have to be designed coherently. And that means education policy, social policy, competition policy, of course, innovation policy, trade policy, but also macroeconomic policy that have to be designed in a comprehensive, coherent way in order to favor industrial development. So we can call that a sort of whole of government approach. This term has been used by the OECD. Or I could extend that to a whole of nation approach or a whole of ecosystem approach, because I think that what is needed is a systemic approach, and that means a mobilization of all the elements of the socio-economic system towards industrial development. So you can't have industrial development without, of course, industry itself, without governments at different levels implementing policies, but also defining rules rules of the competitive game. So at national, at regional level, in Europe also at European level. You have communities, territories, and citizens, consumers can also play a part. So that's what I mean by this systemic approach, is that everybody has to play its part. So industry, okay, what industry should do. Many industries have prepared the twin transition, digital and green. They have plans which are ready. And McKinsey, the consultant, actually in the current context had an article about asking companies to implement the plans they have. So accelerate in the current context, accelerate the implementation of your plans. I would add also, Ali Akemik had a presentation on the Vietnam case yesterday, which was very, very interesting. I would add also regarding multinationals. In order to operate the twin transition in the world, perhaps some multinationals should stop delocalizing dirty production in developing countries, like in Vietnam, or make production in these countries less polluting, because Ali Akemik showed yesterday how much polluting bringing CO2 greenhouse gas emissions was the production of foreign multinationals in Vietnam. And of course, industry has to diversify energy supply and supply of other inputs. National governments, key aspect of the actions to be taken. We see today the key importance of energy policy. National governments must invest in new infrastructures, must also stress the importance of the development of competencies and skills. So overall, big investment is needed. It might be in strategic sectors first. So I have to go quicker, I think. So regional governments or communities also have a role to play in developing sustainable processes bottom-up, that act bottom-up. They can tailor skill development with technical institutes, lifelong training, vocational training to the specific needs of the businesses that are located in the region, especially SMEs. They should ensure to build a strong regional knowledge base for regional enterprises in all sectors, and possibly develop infrastructure, like the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, the region where my university is, has built recently infrastructure both for the digital and the green transition. First, the digital one, we have a big data hub, and now it is focusing a lot on the green transition with important investment in renewable energy. That's for the supply side, I would say. But one important aspect that is often forgotten in debate on industrial policy is that the demand side is also important. And that's why I indicate here that citizens, consumers must also play their part. The twin transition will not occur if people continue to behave as they have already done in the past, using their cars a lot, buying carbon-intensive products. So the twin transition will not occur if people continue behaving as a race. It means they have to adopt green behavior, also develop digital skill. And for this to happen, education and cultural development are important and should be also stressed by governments at all levels. So I'm done. All the consideration I've made in this presentation are derived from insights brought in this handbook of industrial development that is about to be published, and where we have many important expert, distinguished contributors like Professors Murat Yulek and Alia Kemik, which are attending this conference. So it will be ready, available in January 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Have a nice day. We would like to thank Assistant Professor Dr. Stenderin Labori for her opening speech. Now we would like to invite to the podium our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Birol Kılkış of OSTİM Technical University. Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, but let me share my presentation. How can I do that on the StreamYard?
So now you have to choose the present button on the bottom of the screen.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, please press it, and you will find the slides button after that.
Share screen, yes.
Please also press that. Then press on your computer. You'll find your document. In order to find your document,
Did you see that?
yes, sir.
We can see it.
Start my slideshow.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much.
In order to make a full screen, you can press the button on the right-hand side, low bottom right, full slideshow.
On the present slide?
No. Present, yes. Okay, choose slides, okay. Your computer. Upload the file. And choose your slide, please, sir.
On the desktop. It was on my desktop anyway. Do you see now?
Not yet, sir. I think it will come up.
Maybe it's better for you to show my slides and I speak.
Actually, we just... Okay, now it's on. It's on, sir. You
Okay.
can... Thank you.
Good morning, and it's my privilege and honor to be a part of Sepip 2022. My title is Quality versus Quantity of Energy in Decarbonization. By the way, do you see my slides again? Just in case. Do you see my slides?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me start with the situation that The evidence is clear. The time action is now for the Climate Change 2022 by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. But I will show today that the IPCC is following only the first law of thermodynamics, and it's not sufficient to overcome the climate crisis issue. Let me have a primer to the climate emergency. Where is Paris? Let me say. So let me go to slideshow. This is how the carbon dioxide emissions parts per million ppm is increasing. If we follow the business as usual situation, it will keep increasing. Today it is about 400 and something ppm. If we follow green growth with carbon capture and storage, we can still increase, and only with greener growth, the best greener growth with carbon capture and storage, we can stabilize at 450 ppm. But the Paris Agreement requires for 280 ppm. So we will never reach that target with today's theories and practices, economic situations. We are here, and Paris is here. So there's a huge emission gap that we cannot see and we cannot calculate with the first law of thermodynamics, which deals with the quantity of energy efficiency, etc. They are not enough. So this is what I call awareness gap, and we need the second law. So we have to see something new. And as you see, the Pareto economy or the linear economy is a business as usual situation. As Albert Einstein says, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So we have to have new developments and new methods to assist reaching the Paris Agreement. But how? As you see, with the first law, we will be reaching up to plus 4 degrees Celsius in heating the globe, or the second law will help us to maintain and stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Today, as of July 1st, 420.57 ppm. It's still increasing. Why exergy? Exergy is the quality of energy or the useful work potential, added value potential of a given energy amount or flow. As Peter Novak says, we pay for the quantity of energy, but can only use the exergy. Exergy is the useful part of energy, the quantity versus quality. That's what I am trying to talk today. And it's a simple factor of the ideal Carnot efficiency, 1 minus a reference temperature, environment temperature divided by the source. So higher the source temperature, higher the exergy proportion in terms of energy. We have the rational exergy management model, which says that in a boiler, for example, we miss the opportunity to generate electricity. And our Psi-R, which is the rational exergy management model efficiency, is the demand exergy divided by the supply exergy. In the case of boiler, we use, for example, natural gas with a flame temperature of 2235 Kelvin, and we just use it for 90 degrees hot water, for example, at best, or some steam. So this is something like cutting bread or the butter with a chainsaw. On the right-hand side, we have a better situation, but not enough. Power generator. In this case, we generate power, but we waste the heat section downstream. So exergy destroyed downstream. But a combined heat and power, for example, may decrease the exergy destruction gap, and the so-called energy IQ is actually greater than 0.70, which is the limit for green applications. Linear economy versus climate change. Root cause of the problem. What's the root cause? Rules of linear market economy may change, but thermodynamic rules don't, so they don't cope with the reality. So cities and other urban areas are responsible for more than 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. So we have to first put our projectors on buildings. But can linear economy solve? Let's see. The answer is no. Because the Pareto economy is a linear function in its linearized form at best. Y equals mx plus a linear situation with a constant value. So the Pareto economy puts the environment at the bottom. But the environmental situations are a circle or a sphere at most. And when you take the derivative, you get a second order relationship. And the linear relationship can only be just a tangent to the problem, and you cannot solve the problem. If you want to solve the problem with tangents, you have to use, theoretically speaking, infinite number of tangents or infinite number of Pareto economics. So the Pareto rule, 80% versus 20%, may be converted to the thermal equivalency, and as we see right now, the face value of Pareto economics is just 110 degrees Celsius using the simple relationship. So Pareto cannot cope with applications, especially above 110 degrees Celsius. The solar energy, for example, is 500 degrees. Wind energy is 600 degrees equivalent. And let's see linear or quasi-linear economics versus non-linear economics. These are the non-linearities. You see, they are not linear. And it becomes complicated, and you can never solve it with linear equations. So linear economy is not compatible. Therefore, exergy rules the climate. Again, a repetition, it's a sphere, and the spherical solution is a must to minimize the reductions. And the Pareto error is shown here for different values of the source temperatures. And this error is actually the main reason of the awareness gap that I have shown, the emission gap. What we should do, the emergence of exergetic decarbonization loop, we decouple and then convert the market economy and put it back after correcting it for the exergy equivalency. And as you see, energy and exergy is at the top now with renewables, and economy is just a part of it. Solar and wind in classical economy. Again, in classical economy, solar hot water collector is the cheapest and has the almost the highest value. And this means that we prefer it, as we do in most of the parts of the southern parts of Turkey. For PV, however, we have in both cases dark sides, or the what we call nearly avoidable carbon dioxide emissions because of exergy destructions. The best is with a photovoltaic thermal system with heat pipes. Otherwise, you cannot have zero carbon or whatever.
Hocam sizden kaynaklı değil, buradan kaynaklı.
Ne yapalım, bekleyelim mi? Yani bekleyebilirim de.
Şu an çözmeye çalışıyorlar arkadaşlar hocam.
En iyisi siz benim slaytlarımı oradan gösterseniz de ben de buradan konuşsam. Bakın hep böyle sorun oluyor işte.
Şu an ses yani şu an geldi hocam. Şu an geldi. Şu an yayın.
Devam edeyim mi ama nerede kaldım?
Hocam canlı yayındayız şu an.
Tamam. Okay, so The solar and wind in classical economy shows us that many solar energy equipment are responsible for carbon dioxide emissions as shown by the gray lines. The best may be the solar PVT with heat pipes, but even that one is marginally safe with some negative carbon dioxide emissions advantage. Delta CO2, what's that? The nearly avoidable emission responsibility is the following. Two cases are identified. Either we first use the fuel for power generation, then miss the heat generation part. Major exergy destruction is heat. Let's say this is a solar PV case. As you see, we don't use the thermal opportunity, so we are responsible for carbon dioxide. In order to replace that or offset that, we need maybe a boiler, but this time the boiler destroys or misses the opportunity for carbon dioxide emissions. So this goes on for infinite number of cases, but we stop at 2 generations backward and 1 generation forward. So we get carbon dioxide emissions equal to 1.1 times the destroyed exergy amount. But at the same time, because we generate some power, we replace some carbon dioxide from the grid, and therefore we have to subtract that, but still we are responsible for emissions. And the major exergy destruction, if the power is destroyed upwards, then we are responsible for 2.1 times exergy destruction. This brings us the fourth law of thermodynamics. States that because the entropy is irreversible, exergy destructions in a process or flow of processes cause irreversible and nearly avoidable emissions depending upon their irreversible exergy destructions and always greater than zero. So that's the fourth law, delta CO2, which is the additional avoidable, nearly avoidable carbon dioxide emissions is proportional to the destroyed exergy, which is about 80% of the today's carbon emissions responsibility. We do not see that, we do not measure it on spot, but we can see it on the atmosphere in ppm, but we can calculate that. Is exergy destruction minimization the same thing? With energy efficiency maximization, we are actually dealing only with half of the global warming problem. So these are the differences. And energy efficiency and exergy efficiency are quite different things. So let me skip these equations, but we see that the first law of efficiency has nothing to do in direct calculations of delta CO2 because destroyed exergy is here. Lower is better, which means the temperature should be lower. So we have to use waste heat with careful applications. Like in Fresnel lens of PV, it seems to be quite economical, but actually the concentration ratio is limited, and the exergy shows us that the coolant inlet, we need coolant pumps, etc., do not match. And see that the permissible area is limited, and our concentration ratio is maximum 3.5, as opposed to claims like 10 or 15. So where is the common denominator? Energy conversion, generation, energy spending, wastes have all this delta CO2 term in addition to the carbon dioxide emissions, direct emissions. This is the climate, and the money market is up there where the interaction should be in such a manner that the money market should be integrated into the climate box, as we did with the thermodynamic equivalency of money. So that will be the common denominator. And the market economy as today devaluates the added value potential of a given energy. This is devaluation. The market economy cannot evaluate and predict the basic advantages. So elasticity, as you see, the market economy is not elastic enough. The second law is very elastic, responsive, against rigidity. So let me go a bit quicker. And electricity is not the only energy form. It has so many components in the background, and it's not something that we just buy and sell the day before type of procedures. And the electricity is not just dollars and cents. It has UV values, pandemic values, delta CO2, water vapor, carbon dioxide emissions, etc. So day ahead is not an option. We have abundant low exergy resources, so we have to use them in a proper manner. As you see, the lower the temperature, we have the exergy is low, and the applications are also low exergy, so there's a perfect match. So we have to do that. Green energy is not totally green. Let's say a wind turbine with a heat pump, we have refrigerant leakages, ozone depletion potential. If the part of the power comes from the grid, we have also carbon dioxide emissions, exergy destruction, so you name it. So finally, question of the day for a solar house. Case A, case B. The PV panels on the house is used for electric floor heating. On the second case B, we have hot water collectors, we have pumps, and we have a hydronic floor heating, which qualifies for net zero. None of them, because they destroy exergy, and the exergy destructions, as you see, 0.42 or 0.61 kilograms CO2 per kilowatt hour. Answer is 4, none of them. With an electric car, finally, we have low temperature equipment for cooling and low temperature radiators with heat pipe technology, with heating capacities equivalent to radiators as low as at temperature 35 degrees Celsius or sensible cooling at 19 degrees Celsius. So this is an electric car coming from the PVT, the solar photovoltaic thermal, where the actual destruction is minimized, with the desiccant cooling system for latent cooling loads, with local thermal energy storage. But what about the hype about electric cars? The electric cars are not good enough today because of the battery weight, which is about 400 or 500 kilograms. That's why they build mainly SUVs for electric cars or large cars, just to camouflage the weight or the impart the necessary stress calculations and resistance to heavy weight. Solar energy storage, as you see, we have a cooling system for the battery in every acceleration, deceleration, although the braking returns 50% net energy back to the batteries, 50% is lost. Climbing and going down, the same situation. We have glowing potential of 5.8 because hydrogen is leaked, other leakages. So the problem is the battery. So unless the batteries are improved substantially, even solar energy storage or solar energy electric cars are not feasible. We have to note that. But there are some advertisements in the literature saying that you drive for months without charging. This is not the case. This is not ethical. We have to be realistic. So humanity needs to rediscover and be peaceful with the nature, with exergy rationality. Then the nature will have provided us the solutions. Wisdom and inventions for solutions are endless. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I thank you, and I hope it was observable due to some small glitches on the internet. It happens, and I appreciate your helps and contributions. And I send my best wishes and regards to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Have a nice day, Professor.
You too.
We would like to thank Professor Dr. Birol Kılkış for his speech. Now we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Dr. Sadi Vural, of founder, CEO, Ionics Australia. Hello, Doctor.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, hi. Good morning to everyone. How are you doing?
Thank you.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, like this. I'm perfectly fine here. And I was really waiting for this conference time. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And at the same time, I'm very sorry not to go to Turkey for this conference. Actually, I really wanted to go, but unfortunately, I couldn't go. Australia is a little bit far from Turkey right now, so I couldn't arrange my time. I'm sorry for this. I hope the next years, I really want to see everyone face to face. Okay, now I will talk about my face recognition and AI items. I want to share it. Present, yeah. Right. Oh, I have to upload it to the system. Okay. While it's uploading to the system, I will talk about the yep. Okay. Oh, I didn't know this. Okay, how to do it? Okay, just give me. Okay, this was not expected. Okay, a minute. I will save my file. Okay, this kind of things happens, I guess. Yeah. File size is 100 mega. It's 50 mega. I have to do it. Okay, then I will do it by PDF then.
Okay, sir.
In this case. My size seems to be over. Okay. While I'm doing this in parallel, I will start my presentation. I will talk about the face recognition things. Like the design. Time is strictly fine. Just starting. Okay. I will talk about the AI face technology. I will not go much about the technical points. That you can now.
Yes, we can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, you can see perfect. I will talk about the AI face technologies that I have not talked in any seminar or any conference about it. And it's not like an academic paper. It's just like for giving some general information and then just have different aspects on AI technologies that people have not realized about this. Supporting the industry. This is more supportive. For this, first of all, I will. Okay, I will expand it. Yeah, right now much better for me. Giving some contemporary tools to support the industrial development and have an idea to keep the competitiveness in our business. I mean, in all fields, and say the industrial experiences or support various businesses and different market segments. And these are our objectives in this conference. And then the technology has a lot of advantages, like it saves time, it increases mobility, it gives a better production. Actually, I will focus on this today. And then cost efficiency, innovation in many fields, etc. There are many, many useful things. Many people say that, what is face recognition? It's for the security. And then I say that I'm not your enemy. There's a small meaning here, because face recognition is not only for the security. It has the meaning for like the safety, for medical, that I will also mention about it, for marketing, etc. And just before giving some information about it, first of all, I will tell about me, who is Sadibral and who is the company. I'm a 15 years old AI face recognition company in Japan. It's the first first AI face recognition company in Japan. It was the first company when I opened the company in year 2005. And in these 15 years, we have developed more than 200 AI algorithms in the company. The company is kind of a research company, also selling it to the market and doing some technologies, developing it, and then we published not a lot of papers, but some patents, etc. And developed the technology and selling it more than 40 countries and helping mainly for the government. And about me, I graduated from Istanbul University in Turkey for the electronics engineering department, then completed my master's degree in Jamaican University. That I also see in the summit there are some professors and some other academicians from the university, and also finished my PhD doctorate degree from the Osaka University, and completed the Japan first for company here, and I'm currently also an associate professor, visiting associate professor at Osaka University. The effect of because this conference is about the global industrialization. I want to tell about this because many people focusing on this kind of like the energy and also mostly energy. But the global industrialization actually is a parameter, a global parameter that needs to focus on lots of items, like the money, protection and prevention of fraud. The protection is very important. And then the labor effect is the ID verification. Technology, of course, technology development there. Consumers, customers, confirmation of buyer and seller. And for supporting the speed of support and improve the progress and these kind of things. And goods and product, improve the productivity and speed of goods delivery. All these items need AI technology. And also there are the face recognition part there, very important. There are some AI face technology devices here that I want to show. But for this, the technology devices like this, like the drone, a drone that can fly and then just recognize the people. This is for the country security, for the market. It's very, very important. And the body cam is for the police forces and the law enforcement department, and long range camera like the 50 kilometers away to recognize someone with this technology. And there's a sniper thermal sight. This is for the snipers and for the military use. And we put our innovation here to put this inside these devices. This is our innovative part here. Putting here putting inside the device and running in a small device. This is an innovation. This is a mathematics. This is a kind of, a different side of the AI. This is a game changer in the market. Because running inside the small device is completely different. Because the mathematics, you have to do a lot of algorithm development for these. The typical like the wavelet transforms, etc., will not work for this kind of devices. You have to do something from scratch, maybe not using the Fourier transform, etc. You can use simply. You have to use maybe a different kind of wavelet, ADCT, and some other things. Anyway, I will not go more like mathematics because there are lots of items already. And then what does the face recognition? It identifies the blacklisted and wanted people in the public areas. A person comes and then just recognize the person, and then it will have to for the law enforcement departments to secure our environment. And then the theft detection by face recognition. There are lots of, actually these images are real images. Several supermarkets here in Australia putting these kind of images to the outside the supermarket, and then they're looking for these people. And then, the technology, there is a huge technology in the world, everywhere camera, but they're not recognizing anyone because face recognition is not an easy task. There are masks, there are sunglasses, eyeglasses, and light, angle of the face, and also race of the people. Different races, different parameters. There are thousands of these things. This is the innovation that the technology must evolve to the next level that we are doing this. Every day, a new algorithm is coming. Sometimes fails, sometimes success. And what does face recognition do? It does the ID verification, age analysis, expression analysis, mask detection. You see, every day during the COVID-19, still in Japan, lots of places, lots of people still wear the mask. And in the COVID-19, every industry just stopped because of the mask recognition, mask. And the industry just corrupted because there was no technology to detect and recognize masks. Still there is not, but step by step these are coming. And then race identification, gender. Gender means that not only means that male, female, but also some others. And like binary, trans, etc. I will not go more in deeply because this is a very sensitive topic. Criminal detection, celebrity analysis, medical diagnosis. This is very, very important. And lie detection. Lie detection is really a different topic. I will not mention about it much here. And then how the face recognition support the global businesses. It's used for different markets, like access control. You have to enter a building. You have to do. You have to go to an exam, for example, as a student, or you have to attend an event. For example, you came to this Sepip 2022, and then because there was an ID card page, and then you get it, and then you entered, and then they check if you're registered or not. These are all time attendance. With the face recognition, you would enter the facility freely, not stopping there, not showing your ID card, etc. Your face is your identity. And then customer analytics, like the number of people enter there, and then in which area people spending some time, like this. And shoplifter, detecting of those people. Passport check, you go to US, you go to UK, etc. Everywhere, passport authentication is done. Still in US and in UK as well, or in many other countries, still passport checks are done manually. They put the passport, they check your face, done. But this is right now, this world right now is evolving to the next stage. And this will all change. Criminal investigation, fraud prevention, and prevention of the terrorism, etc. Even in this kind of, only the eyes. Right now, we're focusing on this kind of research. Only the eye, from the eye area, only eye are visible to recognize a person. How to recognize? This is very, very critical point. And then as a scientist, we're focusing on it, and that will be successful, certainly. And then without AI technologies, I will tell about it a little bit more on this topic. And with these technologies, with the traditional manufacturing in the factory, you develop something and then put it to the transportation, and then it delivers to the store. But these normally in these kind of traditional methods right now taking a lot of time. But with AI, these are all automated process. And then normally this kind of very complicated part just finish like 2-3 weeks. Very speedy manufacturing and delivery by AI. It means that the industrialization actually changing day by day. And then another example is the AI for the transportation in Japan. In the Japan railways, the Japan biggest railway there. There is the number of people that enters the train gate. I mean this gate, commuter gate. In Tokyo daily 3.5 million. But with the AI and face recognition, these people estimated as the 9 million people. Means that much faster moving economy. This increases the economy, reduces the cost, and time becomes the time management, and also sharply reduce the fraud. Because some people enter there without getting any ticket, etc. This kind. And the manufacturing, with the manufacturing, improve the financial conditions, increasing the efficiency, and these kind of things are the major parts here. And face recognition for lots of industry like retail, school, hospital, government. Actually, I am focusing more mainly for the government nowadays. Lots of market segments. And now, the one point, this is the last 2 slides. The drawbacks of the face recognition. Year 2000, the most drawback was the privacy, and the another one is the wrong match. Now, the cost of the system increased, but the privacy decreased. People don't care about their privacy right now because the privacy becomes less concern for the people because the fraud and some other crimes increase. And also during the COVID-19, people understood this more commonly. I can say that it's very obvious. This will be very common in our near future. And then the last slide. After that, I will finish my meeting because I was just given the 20 minutes. The new research that we are doing in the face recognition, our new research is for the medical. In the medical field, this is a very short summary. The lung cancer, there are 2 million cases in the world, and then 1.8 million people die because of that. It's around it occurs. It's approximately 9% of the people alive. Others are all die. With the AI phase recognition with early diagnosis, 1.8 million people recovered. They have a cure. Then, with the AI and the phase recognition, this number of people recover. Just imagine even the COVID-19. If we could determine the COVID-19 people, COVID-infected people, the countries would never stop, never close their countries. We say the global industrialization. What is global industrialization? The global industrialization only has a meaning if we're alive. If we die, for us, there is no global industrialization. To support this, to make the global industrialization going on in the market, first of all, we have to be careful of our health. And first of all, we have to be like if we have cancer, we have to go to the hospital or something, and then we have to somehow do an early detection. This somehow is right now AI and face recognition. And medical right now is a new business segment in this market, in our industry. Yeah, finish. Thank you very much for listening. Because of this, just only 20 minutes. I couldn't go more in deep. If you have any question or anything, you can reach me on Instagram, Facebook, even the LinkedIn or WhatsApp. You can contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening.
Sir, thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We would like to thank Dr. Sadi Vural for his speech. Now we have our panel titled Economic Development and Industrialization in Africa. I would like to introduce our guests. The moderator of the panel session is Christian Ochiya of Nagoya University, Japan. Our speakers are Fidelesi of Nagoya University, Japan, Rehema Karata of Nagoya University, Japan, Jorge Traves Borges of Nagoya University, Japan. Now, I would like to give the floor to our moderator, Christian Ochiya.
Okay, participating now.
Christian Ochiya, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir.
Okay, thank you very much for having us today.
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. We're going to kick off the session on economic development industrialization in Africa. My name is Christian Ochiya. I'm an associate professor at Nagoya University, and I'll be very glad to lead this session. We have 3 presentations. The first one will be delivered by Mr. Fidel Sie, who is ready. So Fidel, could you upload your slides?
Okay.
And Mr. Fidel will talk about industrial policy, productive capacity, and manufacturing labor productivity. And he's going to use a panel threshold regression for African countries. Fidel, you have about 15 minutes for presentation, 15 to 20 minutes. We want to leave some time for question and comments. So we're going to go through the presentations and we'll use the remaining time for Q&A sessions. So Fidel,
okay.
You go ahead.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me. I'm really glad and honored to be part of this wonderful conference, and also learning from other speakers, especially different perspective of industrial policies from developed countries compared to African countries. So today's topic is entitled Industrial Policy, Productive Capacities and Manufacturing Labor Productivity, a panel threshold regression for African countries. So the background is basically many African countries, especially government from African countries, have made
industrialization and growth of the labor productivity in the manufacturing key aspects for the development strategies. And the benefits of industrialization is well documented in the literature, especially looking at the recent developed or advanced economies. You could actually see the role of industrialization in the development process. But recent studies, especially from Macmillan and Rodrigue, as well as from other scholars, have pointed out the persistent sectoral gaps of labor productivity, meaning we still have some sectors which are very low in terms of labor productivity, while we have sectors which are kind of thriving in terms of labor productivity. And while governments intend to make industrialization one of the key aspects of their economic development, the evidence is a kind of disappointing, because it's evidence that manufacturing is yet to be an engine of growth. And maybe we'll see it later in the slides. And the contribution from what we call the within, or maybe the dynamic effect of manufacturing, is negative. So the objective of this study that I was conducted is actually to examine the possible asymmetric impact of TCI, which here is a proxy of industrial policy, and I'll explain a little bit later, on sectoral labor productivity growth components, considering the channels in the productive capacities and its component as threshold. And the method and the data, I basically use two different approaches. The first one is to decompose labor productivity growth into subcomponents or different components, and then use a panel threshold regression to determine the threshold level required to be able to kind of like reap the benefits of industrial policy in the context of African countries. And the result and the policy implication, we did find evidence that the effect of industrial policy based on capital intensive depends on the levels of productive capacities and its components. And also reversing the disappointing within sector effect of the manufacturing will require an increase of TCI combined with an optimal threshold value of PCI, human capital, transport, and transport and okay. So looking at labor productivity at the sectoral level, the average labor productivity, and comparing two different periods of time, 1960 and 2017, we can actually see that agriculture remained the sector with the lowest labor productivity level. While comparing maybe manufacturing, there has been a decline in terms of labor productivity, maybe due to inflation and exchange rate. And also different sectors such as finance and business services and trade services are still remaining low compared to the mining and even the utilities, which are capital intensive. So the question is, how can we actually improve or catch up in terms of industrialization? And basically looking at it from the new social economics perspective, which argued that improving or industrialization requires or is based on the economy, on the factor endowment of the economy. And the main argument is the speed of industrialization is function of the speed of its upgrading of factor endowment, meaning how fast a country actually improve its hard or soft infrastructure will highly likely determine the speed of industrialization. And the definition of factor endowment is the relative abundance of labor, natural resources, human capital, and physical capital, while the hard infrastructure here refers to the power, transportation, and telecommunication. And the soft infrastructure is the financial development, education, institution, and other intangible structures. So looking at basically how African countries have evolved in terms of not only industrial policy and also in terms of productive capacities or the upgrading of their factor endowment. Let me define a little bit what TCI is. TCI here is used as an index to capture the type of technology choice used in our different countries in Africa. And basically, this index was developed by Justin Lin to capture the kind of is industrialization based on capital intensive or labor intensive. And the higher the index, and an indication of capital intensive industrialization, and the lower the index, the labor intensive industrialization. While the productive capacity here is an index developed by the UNCTAD to capture the level of productiveness of each countries. And as we compare, for instance, two different periods of time, 2000 and 2017, there is clear evidence that there has been an improvement in terms of productive capacities. Because, for instance, the productive capacity score in 2000 was 22.1, while in 2017, it's increased to 26.3. And also, we could actually have observed that the TCI also has declined from 1.9 to 1.3, which is a clear indication of there has been a kind of abandoning those capital-intensive industries in African countries. And there are also an observation that some countries still remain below the average, below the mean of productive capacity index, in regard of maybe Burkina, Malawi, Mozambique, Cameroon, Nigeria, and so on. So the question is, have African countries actually been able to enhance their productivity level contribution based on the enhancement of their productive capacities? First objective is examine the possible asymmetric impact of industrial policy on sectoral labor productivity growth components in Africa. And the question is, does the influence of capital-intensive based industrial policy on sectoral components varies with the level of productive capacities? So the first work that I did was to decompose the aggregate labor productivity. Why is it really important to disaggregate? Because first of all, as we mentioned earlier, the sectoral productivity is a kind of, there is huge gaps between each sector. And as the government intends to make industrialization one of its key aspects, knowing to what extent a growth of the labor productivity in the manufacturing sector contributes to the aggregate productivity is really important. And also knowing which aspect of that particular productivity contributes to the aggregate productivity is also important, as it allows to design specific policies to kind of address sectors or maybe components which are not really contributing positively to the labor productivity growth. And the shift and share decomposition allow us to decompose labor productivity into three different components. The first one being the within effect, which actually captures the growth of the sector, which is due to technology, changes in organizational structure, downsizing, and increased competition. And the second component is the between static, which captures whether workers move to sectors with above average productivity level. And the final component is the between dynamic, which captures whether productivity growth is higher in sectors that are expanding or workers moving from lower productivity growth sectors to higher productivity growth. And then the regression, the source of the data is basically panel data that I used from 1960 to 2017. The main source is the World Development Indicators and the World Bank Global Productivity Report, as well as the UNCTAD stats and sectoral labor productivity of 18 African countries. And the TCI, which captures here our industrial policy, is the ratio of the added value in manufacturing divided by the labor in the manufacturing industry by the total added value of the country divided by the total labor force of that particular country. And the interpretation is straightforward. For a given country, a rise in the value of the TCI indicator reflects the fact that this country follows a comparative advantage development strategy, or a more labor intensive in the context of African countries, by investing, a more capital intensive industrialization by investing in heavy manufacturing industries, whereas declining values indicate that a country follows a comparative advantage development strategy, which refers here to the labor intensive. And as we can actually see in this figure, the result of the decomposition analysis and looking at the three different components, we can actually see, for instance, in the manufacturing sector, that the contribution from the within and the dynamic are negative. Maybe didn't have actually growth, which is due to technology or maybe changes in organizational structure or downsizing and increased competition. But it's rather growth which is due to the reallocation of labors from sectors with productivity above the productivity level average. So this is a kind of like concern for not only academics, but also for policymakers, because making manufacturing a key aspect of your industrialization or development and not reaping the benefits which incur some costs should be a concern for policymakers and academics as well. So we try to extend it a little bit, see how actually it went by different sub-periods. And looking at, again, the manufacturing sector, we could actually see from the post-structural adjustment period, it means from the 1990 to 2000, the within sector growth was really negative with the dynamic sector growth. And then from what we call the SDGs and maybe MDGs period, growth was, though reduced, the negative growth was reduced, but it's still negative, and contribution only positive from the static and sector growth point. So the next step was to then run the regression and see to what extent can we actually mitigate the negative effect of those capital intensive industries, because we quite often hear maybe academics and maybe policymakers referring to we need to improve investment maybe in infrastructure and so on. But it is also evidence in the literature that to a certain level or to a certain point, the investment may not necessarily produce any positive effect or a marginal positive effect. Therefore, as investment incurs some costs, it's quite important to know what is the threshold level beyond or above or maybe below which we can actually have the expected result. So here's a kind of like the panel regression equation that I use in my study. And let me go straight forward to the findings. What we did find is actually there is a significant optimal threshold level of the productive capacity index, especially the human capital, energy, transport, institution, and the ICT, as well as the private sector. So for instance, regarding the within sector effect, we did find that, for instance, the 10% increase of the TCI, it means like increasing the current level of capital intensive industries related to the entire economy, increases the effect by 0.1% point when our human capital index is above 32.59, and by 0.06 points when our transport level is above 8.03, and by 0.1% when institution is above, or the constitutional quality is above 52.94, and we did not find any effect below the threshold values. So this also indicates that below the level, there is no effect. So investing at least reaching a certain level before we can actually reap the benefits of the investment. And regarding the static sector effect, we did find, for instance, that a 10% increase of the TCI increases the effect by 0.05% point when the human capital index is above 27.22, and by 0.04% point when our ICT index is above 2.87, and by 0.02% when the private sector is above 68.98, and by 0.028 percentage point when our energy level is below, which confirms certain findings that below a certain level or above a certain level, there is no effect or marginal effect of the energy index. And regarding the dynamic sector effect, we did find, for instance, a 10% increase of the TCI increases the effect by 0.075% points. And when the PCI index is about 20.98, and by 0.004% points when our ICT is below 7.07% and decreases by 0.0047 percentage when ICT level is above 7.07. So the implication is the influence of capital-intensive industries on labor productivity is asymmetric and depends on certain threshold level of the PCI and its component. And knowing the optimal level of productive capacities and its components are important in ensuring the effectiveness of capital-intensive industries on labor productivity and growth. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fidel, for this very interesting presentation. I think it speaks a lot to what Dr. Sadi has highlighted in the previous talk about the role of ICT, especially how you use modern technology like AI. But I think also your findings show that the current level of human capital development, transport infrastructure, and institution in Africa are still low. To kind of reap up the benefits of this structural change, I think Africa should invest much more on this component. And one of the key, I think, findings is also that agriculture is one of the sector with the lowest productivity. So therefore, policy that could, of course, increase productivity in agriculture are also important because, as you know, Africa has a lot of endowment in labor and skilled labor. So using those factors which are intensive could also be one of the key driver of this poor industrialization. So I want to move to the next presentation by Rehema, who's going to focus on agriculture and discuss also the effect of policy on employment using the case of Tanzania. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Sensei. I want to share. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I would say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from. My name is Rehema Karata, and I'm first-year doctoral student from Nagoya University in Japan. And I'll be presenting my ongoing research, which focuses on how adoption of modern agricultural inputs promotes employment, a case study from Tanzania. So I have divided my talk into 3 sections. In the first section, I will focus on motivation and the context for the study. And in the second section, I will cover the methodology, which will basically cover data and descriptive statistics, followed by empirical framework. Then the last section, I will present the results, discussion, followed by the conclusion. So what is the motivation behind this study? So earlier studies have highlighted the importance of technological change on agricultural development, which is important for economic development. And this adoption of new and profitable technology is essential. So what kind of technology am I talking about? Improved seeds, inorganic fertilizers, irrigation, and also mechanization. These are crucial for increased agricultural productivity, generate income, as well as reduce poverty. Based on industrial revolution in Europe and green revolution in South Asia and Latin America, scholars have argued that an increase in agricultural productivity is essential condition for economic development. And one of the mechanisms is that productivity growth in agriculture can generate demands for manufacturing goods. But however, in sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't quite see the same tremendous growth. And this is due to low adoption of technology, which resulted to low agricultural productivity. So when we look at this figure 1, we can see that the inorganic fertilizer application in sub-Saharan Africa is still low, and especially when we compare with other OECD countries. And also when we look at the country-wise, focusing on Tanzania, we can see that the inorganic fertilizer application in Tanzania is also still low compared to other neighboring countries such as Malawi and Ethiopia. And on average, a Tanzanian farmer uses about 15.86 kilogram per hectare compared to Malawian farmers who uses about 50 kilogram per hectare. So this is still very low. So why Tanzania? And this is because in most of sub-Saharan Africa, agriculture contributes largely and it employs a lot of people. And also, when I included Turkey here just for comparison. So when we look at the countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Turkey, we can see that many of countries in sub-Saharan Africa, majority of the people are employed in agriculture, but for Turkey, it's lower. And when we look at Tanzania, it's even higher. So this means studying agriculture in Tanzania has a large impact on economic development. Therefore, the aim of this study is to quantify the impact of agricultural inputs on segments of farm employment using household survey data from Tanzania. And the specific research question is whether inorganic fertilizer and improved seeds can contribute to job creation. So this is a relevant research question considering that in a recent global crisis, there was a shortage of fertilizer production, which has not only led to decrease in agricultural yield, but also might have affected the contribution of agriculture to job creation. And this farm employment in this study, it's categorized into family and hired labor, and they are estimated separately in economic model. Okay, so therefore the contribution of this study is threefold. First is to estimate the effectiveness of agriculture inputs in promoting labor force participation in agricultural sector. And the study focuses on two theories that both focuses on the contribution of technological adoption to economic development. And the second contribution is that in terms of farm employment, there's a distinction between family labor and hired labor. And this is in contrast to previous studies that use aggregate employment. So for example, a study from Rickett Gilbert, who uses fixed effects to examine the impact of modern inputs on the agricultural labor market. He finds that inputs contribute to about 63.5% of the household participation in the labor market in Malawi. While for the case of MacArthur and McCord, uses an instrumental variables to examine the role of fertilizer on labor share. They show that the introduction of fertilizer and modern seeds increased agricultural productivity and economic growth in Asia and Latin America. They also find that an increase in agricultural productivities lowers the labor share in agriculture 5 years later. So this is an important result. And another contribution of this study, perhaps the most important, is that The study contributes to the thin literature on farm employment and job creation in relation to agricultural inputs. So there are several studies that have examined this issue, but mainly focus on off-farm employment. And such studies include the boosters, who find that the adoption of new technologies in soil production was significant in decreasing labor and led to industrial growth. Also, another study from Zhang, they used the general method of moments to find that increase in fertilizer is correlated with off-farm employment. Therefore, unlike previous studies, this study aims to examine the effect on farm employment in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly Tanzania, and second, to examine the effect on agricultural sector rather than manufacturing sector. Moving forward, I would say the strength of this study lies in the survey design of the data. So the data covers national representative that collates information from household, agriculture, and community data. And this data covers labor information and also reports in details the household agricultural activities in both plot, district, and regional level. So this allows to quantify the contribution of farm employment at both household, regional, and district level. And in case of the data, I use year 2008 to 2012 from data from LSMS, the World Bank, provided by the World Bank, with the total observation of about 12,000. But for the case of this study, I only focus on households who reside in rural areas, and their main source of income is on agriculture. Then the observation becomes about 5,000. And in case of farm employment, I measure it as labor days used to work in the plot. So this kind of information was provided in the survey, which makes it a better way to use it. My question disappeared. Why? I don't know why my question disappeared. So, okay, I'll just continue. I don't know. I wrote the question here, but I don't see it anymore. Okay, so therefore, to answer my research question, I estimate the two-way fixed effect. I'm so sorry, I don't know why it disappeared, but the outcome of interest is measured by labor days by farming household in region R at time T. And also the array treatment effect is dummy variable, which is 1 if household use inputs and the 0 otherwise. I also control for other household agricultural and geographical characteristics, plus controls for regional fixed effect and time fixed effect. I don't know why it disappeared, but I wanted also to say that, however, in this study, the endogeneity problem may arise because if unobserved factors that affect the household decision to use modern inputs are correlated with the outcome variable. So I'm going to have some endogeneity problem, meaning that if the error term correlates with outcome variable. However, to solve this challenge, I will consider some models such as instrumental variable and multinomial endogenous treatment effects model to control for the endogeneity in the adoption decision. Okay. So this is the table showing the descriptive statistics. And Okay. And on average, when you look at the input users, they have relatively large family size. So this is vital source of labor. And also they are younger and more educated. So this means they are indicating they are ready to learn and adapt new technologies. And also, since the use of modern inputs, fertilizer and modern seeds, they require a lot of labor-intensive work. And we can see here on average, the input users, they tend to use more labor than the non-users. And for the estimation results, this table shows the effect of inputs on employment. So we can see that the use of inorganic fertilizer increases hired labor demand by about 6 labor days. And also, but however, we cannot see the significant impact on the total labor and family labor. But moving to the use of improved seeds, we can see that improved seeds increases the demand in the total labor, and this impact is driven by the family labor. I also added some controls as I explained earlier. So what does these results imply? We can see that the use of fertilizer can create more jobs for hired labor. And this is because applying fertilizer may require a certain expertise, which makes it necessary to use hired labor rather than family labor. And also, when we look at the improved seeds, we can see that it significantly increases the total demand by almost 46 labor days, and this is mainly contributed by the family labor. And also, when we look at the improved seeds, we see that they use a large number of labors, because when applying for improved seeds is a little bit different with local varieties. And because with the improved seeds, it requires perfection. You need to put one seed in each hole. So it requires perfection. That's why it requires more people to do the job. So to conclude, I would say that the study examined the impact of agricultural inputs on segments of farm employment using 3 wells from Tanzania. And we find that modern agricultural inputs significantly promotes the agricultural labor market. And this result is also partly consistent with few of the studies that also report a positive relationship between modern agricultural inputs and labor demands. And that is to say that development of input markets is likely to create a multiplier effects in other markets. And this calls for improvement of access to input markets through efforts such as input subsidy programs for smallholder farmers. And the results would contribute to the policy debate that aim to promote modern agricultural inputs among smallholder farmers. And this is it for my presentation. These are my results. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Rehema. I think this is very interesting to link the two presentations because what we have understood, especially recently in Africa, is that many countries have been adopting those agriculture subsidies program in order to increase productivity in agriculture and follow the model of this agriculture-led development. So you have Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kenya, who have been really investing a lot. Malawi investing a lot in those agricultural input subsidies. But what is also very interesting is that those policies are expected to have a kind of a general equilibrium effect within the economy. So basically, because you also talk about some multiplier effects. So we assume that, investing in agriculture should release labor and hire more specialized labor, but release other type of labor to other industry, and of course, it create also demand. So we have this kind of general equilibrium effect. And with that said, I'd like to invite Jorge to discuss a little bit about other aspects of industrialization within Africa, and of course speaks to this kind of policy that could create more general equilibrium within the continent. So Jorge, please upload your slides and go ahead.
Thank you. I will share my slide now. Okay, can you see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay, my name is George, depending. I'm a student, PhD student in Yamaguchi University. My presentation, I will be presenting about industrial policy in Ghana. So basically, I will be talking about some historical aspect of industrial policy in Ghana. And also I will be speaking about some new issues concerning industrial policy application. And I will talk a little bit about some simulation I did about some type of industrial policy design. Basically, this is based on my current study that I'm doing. And the objective is about to design a optimum industrial policy for Ghana that can maximize employment and welfare of the people. So this table is a snapshot of Ghana development strategy over the period from independence till now. In the first period of Ghana after independence until 1983, the country adopted a state-led development strategy. And this period, we can see there was a lot of political instability with a lot of coup d'etat. So basically, this period of state-led in development failed in the end, because after some time, due to some problem of balance of payment and other problems, the country was subject to IMF intervention that ended up changing the development strategy of the country. But I will be speaking in more detail later. Nowadays, Ghana is known as one of the country in Africa with highest growth rate, not only in Africa and also in the world. We can see here, for instance, the growth rate averaged 6.83% in the last period, and in the first period after independence, it was around 0.9% average growth rate, with some period of very low growth rate below 10%. So basically, Ghana went through three types of industrial. They call it industrial policy, but maybe in the first period was industrial policy, but after that, maybe we cannot characterize it as industrial policy according with some definition established. So the first period after the independence, that went until 83, the country implemented an import substitution strategy. So they use policy tools such as domestic infant industry protection. They use tariff for that. They do use price control, quantitative import restriction, foreign exchange rationing, and import licensing. They use these type of tools to try to protect domestic industry from competition from abroad. But this period culminated with high inflation, averaging 40% during the 70s, fiscal deficit, the balance of payment deficit, and depletion of foreign reserves. basically there was some, the finding is that during this period the country neglected some export aspect of industrialization, and also there was if state control of enterprises. Private sector also was neglected during this period. So this period ended up with the IMF intervention, which implemented an economic recovery program and structural adjustment program. Basically, this is a based on neoliberal market system. They liberalized the exchange rate. They removed price control. So also they liberalized the financial sector, abolition of import licensing, and privatization of SOEs. So basically, the country opened up to the market economy system. So now, after 2000, the country adopted a agro-processing private-led industrialization. Basically, industrialization, which is based on processing of agriculture output. So basically, these imply expansion of productive employment in manufacturing sector, modernizing of the productive economy with high value added, expand technological capacity in manufacturing, promote agro-based industry development, and so on. This type of. So this table shows us how some key macroeconomic indicators perform during these three types of development strategy. We see, for example, during the import substitution, we see the export decline swiftly. Then after the open up of the country to the neoliberalism system, it start to grow again. You see growth rate we have already seen. GDP per capita, it was in decline, then it grows again after 83. Manufacturing value added, curiously, manufacturing value added reached its highest level during the import substitution time. This is as a percentage of GDP. It was above 10%. Nowadays, is above 10%, but lower than the highest point achieved in that period. So now in Ghana, what we see nowadays is a growth, but without development. This some scholars call it the paradox of growth without development, and they blame it on failure to diversify the economy into industry. Basically, the country neglect the industry, and basically we know the structural change, the traditional structural change dictated normally country move from agriculture, industry, and services. But it seems in Ghana, structural change is happening from agriculture to services, basically jumping the industry sector. Also, Macmillan characterized the growth development in Ghana as lacking economic transformation. Basically, there's lack of resilience in front of price shocks, and income distribution also is not so good, and economic wide linkage is lacking. So basically, what is missing in Ghana, according with the author, is the structural change and within sector productivity growth. For instance, this table shows the GDP manufacturing as percentage of GDP of Ghana comparing to some other regions. We see is below it was below sub-Sahara average, but is growing nowadays. This is just a measure of comparison with some other regions. So manufacturing as a percentage of GDP in Ghana is low. We can conclude. This is also shows the labor productivity growth, the source of labor productivity growth in Ghana. It seems that labor productivity is growing due to within within labor movement within sectors. No, not due to structural change. And in some years, this structural changes is happening negatively, meaning that labor are moving from sectors, these sectors of higher productivity towards sector of lower productivity. This is based on Macmillan framework that she's proposed some time ago. This is this shows manufacturing value added by sectors. So basically, what we can see here that some food and beverage is gaining, and this is consistent with the new development strategy of the country, which is focusing on food and beverage production, basically agri industry processing, and textile, for instance, decreasing. The red dot shows the value added in 2010s, and blue shows value added in 60s average. So basically, for example, those sectors which has higher value added, it seems they are declining in their relative importance in favor of sectors with lower, we can argue, lower value added. For instance, we can see, for example, motor vehicles and or trailers. It's declining, almost disappearing, these sectors, while the other sectors increasing, and food and products decreasing also. So we can see this kind of movement in the manufacturing in Ghana. So this shows the manufacturing per worker, manufacturing value added per workers, and sorry, I'm not seeing what here, and per capita GDP. So we can see after the country achieves a certain level of per capita GDP, some sectors enter in decline, and some sectors is increasing also. But there are some losing sectors, some gaining sectors. For example, chemical production, petroleum, and refineries improving. Food and beverage also improving. We can see tobacco production, textile, and other some sectors declining, some sector of manufacturing. So there are some factors hindering industrial manufacturing development in Ghana. It seems high cost of credit, unreliable power supply, rising fuel cost, strong competition of imported goods, since there's this opening up of the country. So there's this kind of so we can see, for instance, this is just to give an example. We can see, for example, Ghana is in the green line. You see the credit. This is credit to private sectors. In Ghana, credit to private sectors is very low, even lower than the average for lower middle income countries, and lower than sub-Sahara average also. And also we can see the inflation. This is showing inflation. Ghana went to some period of high inflation, and this is related to macroeconomic stability, which is very important now, is emerging as an important aspect of industrialization. And in Ghana, we can see some measure of instability of prices. So industrial policy in developing countries. So now there's new trend of industrial policy. Before we had a kind of traditional industrial policy. Okay, first traditional. There's two type of industrial policy according with Chang. He defined it. There's the traditional one that was implemented in East Asia countries, and there is nowadays what they call strategic industrial policy, or maybe more holistic industrial policy, which imply improving the level playing field for all sectors, and the winner will emerge. The traditional one is about picking the winner. And nowadays, according with some scholars, maybe the traditional industrial policy is not easy to implement due to the constraint of the global system and WTO rules. So basically it seems it's more easy to implement strategic industrial policy as defined by these scholars. And there are some new issues also that was neglected in the previous industrial policy implementation in Ghana and in other parts of the developing countries, which is commitment under uncertainty. Like government should provide some level of certainty for big investment, which maybe is very risky. If there's no level of certainty, this kind of investment will not take place. Also, learning in production, which is normally, it seems scholars are focusing more on R&D, but it seems some scholars believe there's some importance for learning in factory floor instead of focusing on investing in R&D. Maybe they should focusing in learning in production, trying to improve the productivity. And macroeconomic management, which has to do with inflation also, and exchange rate and other stuff that are hindering industrial development. So the case for manufacturing, we know, is very well documented in the literature. We know industry has propensity to employ low-skilled workers, capacity for innovation, economy of scale, and spillover effect. So manufacturing seems to be the sector to invest in. So Ghana nowadays, there are some sectors that are receiving attention for industrialization, and this I will try to include it in my simulation design. I'm using some ACG methodology to design a optimum industrial policy for Ghana, and I will try to implement it to include these vertices of economic transformation in Ghana. This is according with the report for industrialization in the country. And it includes financial sector deepening, technology promotion, and urbanization, movement of labor towards sector with higher productivity, macro management, which is about price stabilization. For instance, for example, in the financial sector deepening, some scholars found that in Ghana, it seems commercial banks basically they are investing more on government bonds instead of giving loans to private sectors. They are maybe shy away from risks of lending money to private sector. So it seems there's some constraint in this part of us. So the database for this study I'm using is social econometrics. Social econometrics is a kind of picture of the economy in 1 year normally, and it includes a large number of sectors and their interrelations. This is a consolidated social econometrics, but the one I'm using in my study, it includes 28 sectors and sectors of commodities and activity. It basically is an input-output table expanded to include final demand. So now my study is a working in process. So I just try some scenario to check what is the results. I'm still designing more simulation techniques and strategies. For example, I just try to increase the sectoral productivity. If, for example, government try to do some measure that can improve productivity in some sectors, what will happen? And also decrease tax on some industry, what will happen? For example, here we see, for example, if the government decrease tax in the two sectors, for example, food and beverage and textile, what will happen to what utility change, like the family utilities? Because this model is based on the theory of utility, microeconomics theory of utility. So I try to see, basically, the measure of welfare. What will happen to welfare if we pick which one of these sectors. For instance, food and beverage seems to have a higher effect on improving welfare if the government pick this sector. And for instance, if the government target food and beverage to decrease tax, for example, by 5%, what will happen to the labor demand? It seems, for example, food and beverage labor demand will increase significantly. And increase in productivity also. If there's increase in productivity in the food and beverage sector, what will happen? Basically, I'm focusing on labor demand because it seems employment is a big part of development, which is lacking in Ghana. Basically, most of the people are employed in informal sector with very low productivity. So basically, I'm focusing on labor demand and welfare improvement in general, export, and those and other macroeconomic indicators. Basically, this is a preliminary findings. I'm still designing my model. This is just for just a test, and I would like more contribution for you if you can provide more contribution. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Jorge, for your presentation. I think that this adds up to the discussion we're having on how do we sustain economic development in Africa. And one of the policy measures here in the case of Ghana is improving productivity or giving more incentive to industry by managing the tax. So I think these are very important issues we have covered, starting from the structural change, moving to improving fertilizer and seeds used in agriculture, and of course, creating policy that could sustain industrial development. I don't know if we have time for questions and answers. Can we?
Unfortunately, sir.
Okay, no problem. So thank you very much for the opportunity of having us within this session of Africa. We really had very interesting presentations, and I will say goodbye. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank our moderator and all our speakers. Now we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Dr. Pier Giuseppe Fortunato of UNCTAD, Switzerland.
Hello, thank you very much.
Sir, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear pretty well, yep.
Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. As usual, as all the years, it's always a pleasure to be here with you, even though this time not physically, just through internet connection. What I will do today is, since we just launched it a few days ago, I will first of all try to share with you my my slides. I'm trying to use this. I would like to discuss with you the results of our latest trade and development report that we launched just 1 week ago, exactly 1 week ago, here in Geneva and worldwide, which basically presents an outlook of the global economy, and therefore in this way, especially in the macroeconomic scenario, which is not actually a positive and an optimistic one, but can help us and can feed the discussion, offering and setting the stage and describing, illustrating how it can be difficult in the current scenario for developing economies try to foster structural transformation through industrial policies. I'm trying to share with you my presentation, okay, which shall be done this way. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Yes. Just tell me if you are able to.
Yes, sir. We can see.
Okay, fantastic. It's working. Okay, perfect. So as I was telling just a minute before, what I'm trying to do with you is what I will do today with you is discussing our Trade and Development Report 2022, which is entitled "Development Prospect in a Fractured World," the work that we inherited after the COVID recession and after actually the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine last February. This is just the first part of the report. The second one will be launched in later on in November and will be on regionalization. So how regional integration can help developing economies to face the challenges posed by the difficult world economic scenario we are living in. So what this part one of the TDR does is basically three things. The first one is documenting the global slowdown that affects all the regions of the world, but impact developing countries the most. The second one is examining the role of policy mistakes, because while the slowdown has been, of course, triggered by the kind of converging crisis that we are living in, I was mentioning before, apart from the war and the COVID, of course, we have looming on us the impact of the climate change. While these, of course, this convergent crisis represents in a sense perfect storm, as our SG said a few days ago. The interest rate hikes, which have been put in place, especially by the central banks in advanced economy, Fed and chiefly the Fed and European Central Bank, are, of course, aggravating the situation. The third part, I will try to propose some ideas to restore a global agenda, which was the global agenda we were actually discussing together 1 year ago, a global agenda which was based on resilience and fairness, why it looks like we are forgetting these important words. So what we do expect for the next year? Well, according to our forecast, the global economy, the world economy will grow only up to 2.5% in 2022, and then it will further decelerate in 2023, unless we will have important change in the policy, of course, to further 2.2%, leaving the world GDP well below the pre-pandemic trend. Here, what you can see it here, actually our estimation, the green line here, it's represent the pre-COVID trend in GDP growth, global GDP growth, while the blue trend is the actual trend after the shock which hit the global economy with in 2021, in 2020 with COVID-19. And as you can see, after initial rebound, global economy remains well below the pre-pandemic level. Most of the economies lost economic potential. The expected output in most of the economies, but advanced and developing economies, is well. The expected outcome is well in the negative, for some economy strongly in the negative. So overall, our estimation is that the world is looking around the 20% of income due to the shock, to the incapacity of getting faster and effectively on the pre-COVID trend growth line. Now, this synchronized slowdown is affecting all the world, all the regions of the world, but is hitting more hardly developing economies, which have not the same instrument, and especially during the COVID crisis, had not the same fiscal and policy space to react to the crisis as advanced economies, especially the US, as we know did. And in fact, according to our projection, the average growth in developing economies, both low and middle income economies, will drop below the 3%, which is, if you want, an important threshold, which is telling us whether or not this economy will be available or will be able or not to sustain sustainable development process. So we basically forecasting a further squeeze in public and private finances and in the acceleration of economic growth in these economies. Now, if we disaggregate this analysis, we will look at those economies which are forecasted to be more affected by the current converging crisis, are middle-income economies in Latin America and low-income countries in Africa, especially the least developed countries in Africa, which will register some of the sharpest slowdowns in 2022 and also, according to our forecast, in 2023. The countries also that will be more effective will be those countries with high external debt distress. And again, many of those countries come from Africa, LDC from Africa, like, for example, Zambia or Zimbabwe, but also from other regions of the world, like Sri Lanka. We know that Sri Lanka has been suffering also by important political crisis recently, as well as those countries which are particularly exposed to climatic challenge, as the Pakistan that suffered this summer important and unprecedented floods. Now, compared to the global financial crisis, and this leads me probably to the core of the discussion of today, the COVID-19 recovery has been more inflationary, and this was especially the case for advanced economies. As you can see, here we are in the left part of the graph that I'm showing you. Especially in the first months of 2022, the excess inflation, so the amount of inflation which is above the standard level registered in the previous years, has been extremely high in advanced economy, both in the European Union and in the United States. While it's been on the rise as well in developing economy, here on the left part of the graph, but in a less evident and impressive way. So inflation has been on the rise, and this has triggered, since basically February, March last year, a spiral of interest rate hikes initiated by the Fed and other central banks, especially in advanced economy. Now, our point here is that it is true that recovery has been inflationary one, but we are not in the 70s. The surge in prices, the increase in inflation has not come and is not associated from a losing fiscal policy or wage pressure. In the 70s, the first historical episode of stagflation, as you may know, in fact, this was due to a spiral of increasing in pricing, which was followed by an increase in wages, okay? Because there was a sort of automatic connection between the wage rise and the price rise. And so wage and in turn, wage increase were feeding on prices increases. Instead, in this case, we have not such a mechanism in play, but what we are observing is an inflation which linked in particular to a rise in commodity prices and energy prices. Chiefly, here we have some historical data for the last 6 years on the most important, the energy prices index. We are looking at crude oil, which is the blue line, and the natural gas, which is the green line. And of course, after the start of the war in Ukraine, this has been massively increasing, especially, and here we are to the purple line, for the case of Europe, because Europe was very much dependent, especially on natural gas from Russia, and also because on the particular way in which spot market prices on natural gas are related to the most of the provision by European countries. This is not only the case of energy price. The commodity price sharp increase is more general. Here we see, for example, as grain prices index has been as well on the rise, soybeans, corn, and wheat, and fertilizer price have been on the rise. And this is one of the other problems that we are facing, which are actually feeding in the global food crisis, especially in LDC economy, the one I was mentioning before. This is part of the story. The other part of the story has to do with somehow back to the COVID-19 crisis and to the disruption of global value chains. In fact, global value chain, which had been distracted because of increasing transport costs and lockdown and other non-pharmaceutical intervention enacted by most economies in 2020 and 2021, has not been fully reconstructed. And these somehow sluggish and slow response of the supply to the demand is somehow related to the weak investment, which characterized not only the last 4 or 5 years, but the last 40 years. This is basically starting at the early 80s with the government of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Private investment, productive private investment tended to stagnate, while financial investment was on the rise. And this somehow explains why global value chain, which had been distracted during the crisis, have been unable to close this gap quickly after the return to normal activity after the COVID. And in fact, the importance, especially of energy prices, in explaining inflation in this case, and therefore putting and emphasizing the difference between these stagflation kind of episode we are living and what was happening in the 70s, is the fact that, as discussed and documented in our report, most inflation measures which exclude energy are considerably lower than consumer price inflation. The number that we are looking at that, for example, are guiding the action of Powell and Fed and other central banks in advanced economies. Now, another important characteristics of the particular economic conjuncture we are living is that there are a lot of losers, but there are also important winners from the sudden surge in prices that we are all experimenting. And these winners are the large multinationals corporation, which, of course, they have considerable market power, and they have taken what we repute a new advantage of the current context, rising markup to boost profits. And in fact, this has been somehow reinforcing a trend which can date back to the early 80s, and which is telling us and is showing us that the labor share as a percentage of the GDP has been constantly decreasing from in developed economy from around 60% in early 80s to less than to around 57% in 2022, and in the same way in developing economies. Okay, so we have a distributional crisis along with an inflation crisis, more than a classic inflation crisis. So under these very delicate circumstances, arcing back to the 70s, enacting the same kind of restrictive monetary policy stance characterized by interest rate hikes that we are witnessing in these days, or on the fiscal policy side by the austerity, which, for example, characterized the decade which followed the global financial crisis of 2007-2008, represent what we call a dangerous gamble. Why? Because it can really trigger a global slowdown, and a global slowdown which will impact more, which is doomed to impact more developing economies. And in fact, what we've been witnessing in the last few months is an increase in acceleration in the net capital outflows from developing country to developed country. Developing countries are now financing advanced economies. And what we have been witnessing, not surprisingly, because interest rate hikes by the Fed means a stronger dollar, an unprecedentedly stronger dollar, even with respect to the pound, for example. This is news of the last weeks. Some 90 developing countries have seen their currency weaken against the dollar this year, and among them, over 1/3 by more than 10%. These numbers are really scary. And as you can see, for certain economies, like, for example, not surprisingly, Sri Lanka, that I was mentioning before, for some economies, these numbers are impressive. Sri Lanka in the last 6 months, between January and July 2022, lost around 80% of the value of its currency with respect to the dollars. But other economies, like, for example, Laos, Ghana, Argentina, which has been characterized by huge inflation, especially in the late summer this year, Turkey, with a 30% of devaluation. This is a general, very worrisome situation for developing economy, and is of course linked to the, in our opinion, wrong policy implemented and enacted by the Fed and by the central banks in advanced economy. And of course, another of the consequences is that these developing economies have tried to defend their currency using their reserves, and they have already spent, in aggregate terms, an estimated 308 billion of reserves in the first 6 months of this year to defend their currency against the dollar, which is an amount really impressive, which is almost the double of the special drawing rights that have been allocated to them by the IMF. So in a sense, the advanced economy through the IMF are giving money to these countries to face short-term problems and a financial crisis like the one they are risking right now, but the policy enacted by these very same advanced governments are leading to this economy to spend and to lose much more money than the one that they receive. And of course, the other impact of all of this situation, and of course on the revaluation of the dollar with respect to the currency of developing countries, is that most of these countries are seeing and are witnessing an increase in the debt servicing, because in most of these countries, the debt, an important part of their public debt, is denominated in dollars, and an increase on the value of the dollar with respect to the national currency, of course, trigger an increase of the cost to serve this debt. In here, you have just some impressive graphs. It is just showing the increase in the servicing cost on public and publicly guaranteed external debt to government revenues for different groups of developing countries. We have for all the groups of developing countries, middle and low, upper middle and low middle income does not change much, the servicing costs are on the rise, and this is a direct consequences of the currency devaluation with respect to the dollars and hikes in the interest rate put in place by the Fed. And as you can see, this is basically disaggregated country by country. In some cases, the increase in this cost in terms of government revenues is enormous. In Sri Lanka, the 60% of the government revenues, of the total government revenues, are spent just to service the debt. And this situation is common to many other developing economies. So what this leads us to say is that 80% of low-income countries and 30% of emerging markets are now at high risk of debt distress. So we can really, we are really in a sense paving the way to a debt crisis of the kind we don't witness since 30 years at a global level. And overall, according to our estimation, the hikes in the interest rate put in place by the Fed and other advanced economies central banks could cut around 360 million of future income in this year, which is really an enormous and worrisome number. So what we need to do, and I'm coming to the end of my presentation because I'm reaching my 15 minutes that were allocated to me, just a couple of slides, if I still have the time, is what we need to do. So the bottom line, in a sense, of this trade and development report is that the converging crises that the global economy currently faces are connected by a policy agenda, which is the one enacted by advanced economies in particular, and a policy agenda that has failed on its major promises to deliver economic stability and boost productive investment, both public and privately wise. To revert the course of action, we need to do two things. The first one, more from a domestic perspective, is to adopting a pragmatic approach to policymaking. We think that rather than through restrictive expansionary policy or austerity on the fiscal side to control inflation, we need to enact strategic price control, targeting in particular the source. This is the first best, in a sense, technically speaking, policy measure because we need to target those markets which are responsible, which are driving up the price indexes, which is energy, food, and other vital areas. We also need to try to control and to dump and to cut the extra profits that many multinational corporations are getting, not only during this crisis, but at least in the last 20 years. In a recent trade and development report, I guess it was the Trade and Development Report 2008, we documented the increasing concentration on many markets, not only the financial and the digital one. And this can be done through windfall taxes, antitrust measures, and tighter regulation on commodity speculation. You have more precise details on the policy measure that we propose and we suggest to the international community in the chapters of the Trade and Development Report, which have been released last week. And third, what we also need, and it's important, social policy going in hand with economic policies. Danny Roderick said recently, we cannot think in the current era to social policy as a separate animal with respect to economic or development policy. The two things should go hand in hand. In the end, we are suggesting a support for vulnerable groups, including lower wage workers and households in financial distress. And last, from a multilateral point of view, sorry?
You have 2 minutes.
I'm closing. This is just the last slide, so it's we are perfectly in time. And from the multilateral point of view, which is somehow talks more directly to the work that we do here at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, what we really recommend, and I think that it's extremely important, especially today, which the fall meetings at the IMF and the World Bank are starting, is increasing support for liquidity in developing economies, especially least developed countries, in order to allow this country to have a fiscal and the policy space, which can allow them to enact the very same kind of policy that we implemented in advanced economy, and which helped the advanced economy to come out from the crisis quickly in 2020 and 2021. And the chief example of fast post-COVID recovery is, of course, the United States of America. What are these measures that we suggest? Of course, an increase in the official development assistance, the ODA, or at least stick to the commitments that had been done 20 years ago by the international country. We are still falling short of the commitment in terms of GDP of advanced economy to be devoted in ODA to especially to LDC countries. We also suggest a larger and fairer use of SDRs, special drawing rights. It's a very important instrument that is part of the package of proposals which are included in the Bridgetown agenda presented by the Prime Minister of Barbados recently. SDRs, it's very important instrument to somehow protect developing economies and advanced economies by short-term currency and financial shocks. The point is that we have been using these especially during the COVID emergency, but the 2/3 of the special drawing rights have been given to advanced economies rather than to developing economies. We think that these should be corrected, and we also think which we would need to extend liquidity emergency mechanism, the same kind of liquidity emergency mechanism put in place by the IMF during the COVID emergency, and also need to think to hedging mechanism to deal with exchange rate volatility without having to burn that huge amount of international reserves as we have witnessed in the last 6 months. Last but not least, as I was stressing in my talk today, one of the main worry that we have is that this policy, that monetary policy implemented by advanced economy central bank, can trigger debt crisis in many developing and least developed countries. So we think that will be extremely important. That is a battle that we are putting forward at UNCTAD since quite a few years, is that we need a multilateral legal framework for handling debt restructuring in a better way that is currently done. And that's a call that I think is important to do once again in this occasion. And that said, I'm happy to close my presentation. Thank you very much. And I give you back the floor to you, Chair.
Sir, thank you very much for your presentation. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye.
We would like to thank Dr. Pier Giuseppe Fortunato for his speech. Now we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Rafi Yusuf, CEO, Executive Director of Perdane Dialogue Foundation. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, allow me to record my sincere congratulations and appreciation to Chairman Orhan Aydin and Professor Murat Gülek for providing me the opportunity to address this great forum. I regard this forum as a key reference platform in addressing industrialization from the developing nations' perspective. Despite its disruptive element, we must contextualize industrialization, innovation, and governance to fit the cultural value and system. I also had the opportunity to recently visit OSTİM and witness the proud achievement. Indeed, it is a nexus of all the different stakeholders and a model for success to economic zones and clustering approach. However, many are now arguing that the approach towards industrialization, as we have understood it, is no longer relevant in this day of age. Consequently, issues are being raised with regard to the concept of economic clusters, all the way to the form of education system suited for this new age. Indeed, things have radically changed since the advent of what we have understood as industrial age. It is not just because of technological changes that has triggered the need to change our approach and thinking of industrialization. There is no doubt the tools we have at our disposals are very different, but we have also now realized that the real big game changer is our value system. Social and cultural change is now happening at a fast pace as well. We are confronted with technological, economical, political, and culture change all at the same time. The organization, concept, methodology, tools, and structure of the industrialization age is no longer appropriate in this age of mass innovation and rapid transformation. We can also observe that the existing thinking and tools for nation building for industrialization require substantive change, as the notion of industrialization itself has changed both in terms of form, substance, and speed. Consequently, we will have to radically change existing institutional and regulatory infrastructure in its form, structure, and function. We need a systemic change. We will need a transition system and process for which I hope can be a key deliberation of this forum in the future. to guide nation building in this new age. We should not just talk about future state, but also how best to manage the transition state. There have been many countries that appear promising in their industrialization process, such as Malaysia. But after a brief period of success, these countries appear unable to progress further into a developed state as envisioned. The term middle income trap became a popular reference to this predicament. There have been suggestions that it boils down to the issue of leadership and institutional development, but these are merely symptoms of the most difficult challenge in industrialization and sustainable advancement. That is, making civilization the centerpiece of development and not an outcome. Culture change, indeed, is the most difficult challenge in nation building. As such, we wish to advocate a focused theme on industrialization and civilization or culture change. The problem of this stagnation in development is multifaceted. It is not just about technology and innovation capacity, and for sure not about infrastructure. The key challenge is developing the culture, that is the civilizational process. It hinges largely on political system and leadership. In fact, we can observe that this brief form of success in industrialization declines unnoticed with denial relative to global transformation and in tandem with changing political culture. As such, it is important to address industrialization with a civilizational mindset. The various political system in place today appears inadequate to respond to the changing environment. Sadly, we can observe that countries that ought to be rich appears poor with increasing disparity, given its poor governance and politicized value system. Although there are strong evidence that a focus on economic growth in nation building will bring about the consequential change in civilizational aspect, we can also observe that without having an eye on civilizational aspect in development, it is only a temporal success. We therefore can also conclude that sustainable industrialization is dependent on civilizational strength. History has shown us that this is true even in the case of advanced nations. We are witnessing these trends already as we observe the political changes happening in the US and Europe. As such, longer-term leadership mindset is needed. The existing short-term political system undermines longer-term development and civilization. Investing in infrastructure and focusing on economic growth, a common theme for government to jumpstart the economy, only creates a temporal effect and political mileage. It is, however, insufficient without a comprehensive industrialization and equitable growth strategies in place. Example of this sort of infrastructure and thematic focus program include programs like Special Economic Zone and Technology Park. At its starting point, these programs create excitement given the intensive investment in infrastructure. But as time passes, without the operational substance, many of these programs became a lost cause. Instead of innovation hub, it became mostly an infrastructure development program. At a high level, the future state is relatively obvious in that we need to have an effective balance for growth and development with civilization. The global discourse that leads to the SDG is a case in point. Yet we can now observe many contention at the national level, especially within the advanced society, with increasing sense of nationalism. As such, we need to modify our thinking of industrialization in a new context of globalization. Thus, addressing development, especially global development, simply from an infrastructure and economic point of view is inadequate. The solution requires social and cultural approach to shape the mindset of acceptance and action. As such, the key drivers are not just hard or infrastructure drivers, but also the soft or cultural drivers. The solution is not just technological and finance, but perhaps most important is political, and in many parts of the world is religion. A key to this balanced transformation is leadership and education. Education in this context is not in its traditional form. As we have understood today, but a more pervasive and personalized form of learning system. We can also observe similar state of affair at the firm and entrepreneurship level of these countries that once was viewed as high potential industrialized nation. Undeniably, the private sector and entrepreneurship is key to realize sustained industrialization and advancement. However, the competitiveness and innovation capacity of this firm and operating environment is being muddled with political patronage, thus rendering this private sector success, such as state-owned enterprise, only able to claim success at the state level and unable to demonstrate success beyond its border. it is a false source of success. Again, the key issue is not about infrastructure nor human capacity. It is largely attributed to culture and the state of civilization. In today's context, the issue of transformation and industrialization is even more unstructured, given the global state of affairs, which are driven by rapid technological changes, heated political geopolitics, rise of nationalism, economic and financial disruption, as well as a world now still healing from the consequence of the pandemic. Given this moving parts, how can a developed nation shape its industrial strategy? Fundamentally, to sustain development, we need to frame development in an industrialization with civilizational transformation. We need to rapidly evolve our approach and tools to adapt to constantly changing contexts. And what are the foundation and drivers of this change to put in place an effective strategy and solution? Arguably, the next stage will have a profound change to our being. The key to this civilization-based industrialization and development is the value system, which consequently leads us to the education system and the broader concept of human development. We wish to argue that the key to nation competitiveness depth is a function of civilization program. The approach to development and industrialization for civilization needs a structural reform approach along three key functionalities: system of governance, institutional building of small, agile, innovative, and not industrial age structure, and human development with value system. Given what we have outlined above, it would appear that economic and finance functionality in nation building will be a consequential effect to the structural reform. However, we must recognize that today's political context, the economic and financial program will need to be framed as the main feature of any development plans, given its attractiveness to the shorter term and immediate benefit to politicians. As such, the structural transformation program will need to be smartly embedded, taking into account the longer term implicit perspective. Thus, the need to explicitly put in place transition management system and process in nation building. Further, in the current global context, national development industrialization strategy will need to be framed for self-reliance and global connectivity. Nation building will require aspirational statement of intent, but at operational level, it's all about agility and innovativeness. In summary, I wish to promote to have a focused team on transition management for industrialization in the age of Tesla and Alexa. B, to frame industrialization with civilization or culture change for which education and learning is the foundation element. And C, to modify our approach to industrialization, given the shifting geopolitics. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I wish everyone a great conference. I pass the floor back to the MC.
Hello. Is your speech finished, sir?
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
for
I'm
your
done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
We would like to thank Rafi Yusuf for his speech. Now we are having a 1-hour break. Dear guests and students, welcome again. Now we have our panel titled Technological and Digital Transformation. I would like to introduce our guests. The moderator of the panel session is Professor Dr. Elçin Aykaç Alp of Istanbul Ticaret University. Our speakers are Professor Dr. İsmail Ekmekçi of Istanbul Ticaret University, Associated Professor Dr. Sabri Öz of Istanbul Ticaret University, Dr. Özay Cebeci of Small and Medium Industry Development Organization, KOSGEB, Adem Kayar of Istanbul Ticaret University, Selçuk Bayar of Istanbul Ticaret University, Kerem Kılıç of Istanbul Ticaret University. Professor Elçin, can you hear us?
Thank you very much. If you are ready.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. The floor is yours, Professor.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear guests, I'm waiting. If we don't have any problem, I can start. Dear guests, I also want to say
Elçin Hocam, we cannot hear you.
Now, is it okay?
Yeah, yes, yeah. It's
okay. Okay, I will start again. Welcome to the 15th session of Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy 2021. I have to mention that we are proud of being a part of this conference again as Istanbul Ticaret University. As you know, this is panel session. And we have valuable presentations and valuable presenters as we have for 2 days. Especially we have special invited speakers in this conference for 2 days and opening speech. Now our main theme is in our session is technological and digital transformation. Our first guest is Professor İsmail Ekmekçi. His presentation will be about digital transformation and energy efficiency. I don't want to take your time because we have, as you know, 1 hour or 1 hour and 10 minutes. If you can summarize your presentation in 10 minutes, we can get some questions and answers at the end of the session. So, Professor Ekmekçi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Elçin, and thank you also for the invitation, this session, this conference. I'm proud of that kind of invitation. I also share my presentation, but I couldn't see. Can you see my slides?
Now, sir, can you choose the bottom side? There is this. Okay, we can see it now.
Okay. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you also. My title is my title of the presentation: the role of private sector in the digital transformation of the energy cycle. Recently, privatization and liberalization policies in the energy sector in Turkey and also in the world have gained great momentum. According to developments and investments in the energy sector, have started to have a larger share and importance compared to other fields. And also Privatization in the energy sector mainly accelerate in beginning of the 2020 with the aim of benefiting from dynamism of private sector in order to make energy markets to be more competitive, to decrease the costs, and also to make the prices competitive, and also to increase both production quality and efficiency. And also, in order to achieve these goals, the digitalization has gained great importance in this sector. And also, with the encouragement of the privatization in the energy sector, private sector has started to invest more in production that depends on both primary sources and also renewable sources, mainly solar and also wind energies. With the decrease in the role of state in the energy field, a wide range of stakeholders such as producers, energy storage enterprises, distribution companies, equipment and hardware manufacturers, technology and innovation developers, and also investors are of the vital importance in the digitalization of this sector. And depending on all these, the development of digital technologies in operation and also maintenance activities should be carried out by the private sector, as well as in the areas from generation to transmission to consumer, from distribution to sale of the energies. And all of the private sector stakeholders within the energy value chain have equal importance in terms of achieving a holistic success in the steps related to digitalization of energy sector. And also, holistic approach is also important, stated at the morning session, Sandra and Nebore, and also industrial policies has a holistic approach and also comprehensive approach. Strategic approaches are required to accelerate digitalization in energy, which is of great importance for both of the country and also enterprises. In this respect, it is necessary to produce digital solutions to meet the needs of all of the stakeholders in the value chain of electricity generation, which is very important as secondary energy in a more efficient, smart, reliable, and integrated manner. As a result, private sector plays a leading role in the digitalization process of the energy sector, and it is also most important player in accelerating the digital transformation in energy sector. And then, with the help of the private sector, supply and demand can be also managed digitally through smart grids, and cost can be reduced and by integrating energy storage systems into the structure. And electricity sector has also emerged as an ideal sector in terms of digitalization, and companies using digital technologies have been able to manage processes with better quality and ease during the pandemic period. And also, digitalization in the energy sector has become a necessity rather than an option, and especially in the electricity sector. And the trend of digitalization has increased in consumers. And also, we can see the changes of traditional concepts of energy efficiency at the demand side flexibility with digitalization. From the demand side and also demand side flexibility plays a main role for the system energy efficiency, and also we can make multiple benefits of end-use efficiency with digitalization and also privatization. The distributed electricity generation model replaces the centralized generation model with digitalization, and it makes a great contribution to grid efficiency by distributing the responsibility and load in energy transmission. And also, a distributed model reduces hierarchy and makes agility and innovation a top priority. And electricity companies that realize digital transformation can use energy more efficiently, prevent losses in transmission and also distribution processes with preventive and predictive maintenance practices, and also it can primarily identify the paths that need improvement and increase efficiency in all of the processes. And the benefits of private companies in the electricity sector with sustainable profitability and customer satisfaction to ensure an uninterrupted service expectation on data-driven innovation, smart grid, smart meters, and Internet of Things or Internet of object systems, blockchain, big data, artificial intelligence systems are required to adopt digital technologies such as digital twin. And also because of the inconsistencies during data exchange are one of the serious problems for the digitalization, and data analytics that can predict network negativity is one of the important bases for maintaining operational excellence. And also we can see the role of private sector in the energy cycle, energy flow, product and service flow, and also financial resource flow can be seen in this cycle. And one of the main goals in the energy sector is the privatization of production, distribution, and also market services, which are excluded from transmission services, and the implementation of a free economic market order in the electricity sector. And the participation of private sector in energy markets in Turkey mainly accelerated with the publication of the Law of Electricity Market Law at the beginning of the 2000, and electricity production began to be carried out together with the private sector and also public, and then also mainly private sector, as well as the electricity distribution sector was largely privatized. And also mid-1980, electricity production, transmission, and distribution services were provided by the vertical integration. I think you can memorize Turkish Electricity Authority, which was in the state of the monopoly owned by the public, but due to high investment costs, economic concerns, and changing management approaches, electricity sector has also started to become privatized and liberalized. And also you can see also privatization of the electricity sector in Turkey with the timeline beginning with 1980 and also 1990 and beginning of the 2000 and also 2010. And you can see also some of the privatization sectors after the privatization of the electricity sector, EUH, TEUH, TEDAŞ, and also TEDAŞ also abolished, and also EUH will be a legal entity. And also in our country, transmission services carried out mainly by TEUH transmission lines from electrical energy production facilities are delivered 21 private distribution companies and under the supervision of TEDAŞ. And also you can see the timeline of privatization of electricity sector, and also market value in the Turkish electricity sector can be seen, and also institution in the Turkish electricity sector can be seen, and also electricity distribution companies after the privatization in the Turkish electricity sector, and also data generation with sensor technology is one of the important one of the important subject of the digitalization, and a number of digital sensors can be expressed in thousands, maybe millions, can be added to existing power plants later, or as well as added to power plants at the installation stage in their design. And collecting information about the status of power systems is not a new issue, but continuous and real-time data can be collected with digital sensors, and intelligent sensors can also provide complementary information such as ambient temperature or other temperature, pressures, or other important data values, enabling more efficient management of power systems. And application areas of digital technologies in the electricity sector are very diverse in terms of their intended utility and functionality. And globally, digitalization continue every day in the electricity sector to meet the expectation of consumers, improve the quality of service, new products and services. And you can see also digitalization efficiency effects, economical effects, increase in efficiency as a result of energy components, and also energy efficiency increase as a result of digitalization of automation. And also you can see some of the explanation about contribution of digital transformation in the electricity sector companies. And for example, with the high expectation of customers growing rapidly and distributed production gaining momentum, companies in the energy sector are turning to a customer-oriented structure, and digitalization one of the important factors. And also forecast for the future in the electricity sector are based on the transformational potential of the technological innovation, and it is one of the important important parameter for the energy sector, and digitalization help this forecast of the future. And with the privatization of the electricity distribution sector in the world and Turkey, companies have turned to smart grids. Smart grids concept is also important. Smart grids to reduce the rates of loss, leakage, and increase the profits, making improvements to the grid. And also smart grids architectural view can be seen from generation, transmission, distribution to end user consumers. For the smart grids can be seen in this slide, in this figure. And also smart grid and smart energy architecture can be seen in this figure. And also smart grid application is one of the important, and also many of the countries, developed and developing countries has issued some of the reports about the smart grid applications. North America and also Europe are important players about the smart grid applications in the world, as you can see. And also in our country, Turkish electricity sector transformation of electricity distribution network infrastructure started with some major changes like privatization, unbundling of distribution companies, supply and retail companies, and steps taken for liberalization of market completed nearly 2013. And also 21 electricity private distribution companies are active, and also structure of the Turkish electricity power system smart grid application can be seen in this figure. And also ELDER, Association of Electricity Distribution System Operators, is responsible for the smart grid application for the Turkey. And also you can see in this figure smart grid structure of our country. You can see in progress and not started processes of the smart grid application of our country. Mainly, many of the processes has begun but not finalized, and some of the from production to transmission to distribution, many of the processes has started. I want to point out, for example, prosumer digitalization of the electricity sector, energy sector, brings one of the important terminology, prosumer, producer and also consumer, will also make a prosumer concept. And also vehicle to grid integration is also one of the important parameter for the digitalization of the electricity sector. And in order to electricity grids to turn into smart grids, there are many necessities in this area, and these necessities must be met, and companies in this field must realize their transformation as planned. And also in the electricity sector, companies need dynamic trends that they can connect and integrate in such a way that they can communicate in real time. And efficient planning and management and effective change and risk management are most important factors for the successful digital transformation of the private sector in the field of electricity. And electricity distribution sector differs greatly from other sectors due to the fact that it largely depends on regulations and the main purpose of which is to ensure safety and continuity. It is also necessary to consider that these differences may be a slowing down barrier in front of digitalization transformation. And I want to point out this seminar factors uniting the actors on common ground in order to strengthen the cooperation between developed and developing countries. Thanks for listening me. Thank you very much, Professor Elçin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ekmekçi. He gave us a brief overview of energy sector, especially in Turkey, and the role of private sector and privatization process of this sector in Turkey and in the worldwide. Thank you for this valuable information, And now our second presenter is Professor Öz. He will give us information about the chip crisis, a popular topic, and of course its sectoral and regional reflections. The floor is yours, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aykaç. Is there any problem with my voice? You hear me? No problem, I think. Okay. So, our topic is critic and TOPSIS analysis on chip manufacturing and supply side problems. Before beginning to my presentation, I want to commemorate especially Professor Yusuf Tuna, who passed away last week as a scientist and statesman with respect and big mercy. And also, I would like to thank all academics who contributed to this program. And thank you, Professor Yülek. Thank you, Professor Aykaç, and especially Professor Gür, Betül Gür Hocam, for inviting us to this beneficial program. I would like to congratulate also our colleagues at the PhD stage in the Industry Policy and Technology Management program at Istanbul Commerce University, Istanbul Ticaret University. When we come to our focus problem, first of all, I want to I want to explain our research question, research problem. When we think about what our research problem is, it is to develop an approach to where chip factories or chip manufacturing companies can be established or contributed in accordance with some basic criteria determined around the world under beyond the crisis of chip. And to be able to do this, we want to use critic and TOPSIS methodology, and we will see what are the criteria is. And when we come to our plan, we will introduce briefly the sector, and then research question and making a short literature review and by methodology, and after that implementation and result will be yield. Coming to the chip crisis, there was a memory card production crisis that we faced a decade before the pandemic started. At the time, especially the IT sector struggled with a serious supply-demand imbalance and production side problem. According to the literature, it has caused significant deficits, especially in developing countries. Also, developed countries have also faced with production problems. When we come today, there has been a serious supply-demand uncertainty in the process that started with the pandemic issue. The problem, especially in the automobile industry, was caused by the expected situation with the pandemic. The lockdown, the closure of the people in their homes, and the decrease in automobile demand, the situation was reversed as people tended more towards private means of production, because chip manufacturers focused on producing chips for the production of more different devices in terms of type and production lines. The automobile industry places its orders annually, and the fact that annual orders were canceled and halved and then needed again has created a huge problem for manufacturers, replan of their manufacturers. So a production volume of 20 or 30, 20 and 30% of the whole chips in the world is made by TSMC, well-known Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company. And as an information, totally the whole world uses 1 trillion chips per year, and it makes 130 chips per person for a day. On the other hand, while this supply-demand imbalance was experienced, the global climate crisis also created a major problem, namely a very significant amount of water resources are needed for chip production. The water to be...
slide is constant. There is no change for your slide. Yes.
Sorry, yes.
It began to change, yes.
Sorry. So the water to be used in production should be 1,000 times more purified than drinking water, than normal water. The amount of water used in production is equivalent, let's say, to 1 day's water consumption in an area of approximately 50,000 people for a medium-sized chip factory. They are equivalent. So drought in 2020 and 2021 also posed an important problem regarding chip production, especially in Taiwanese, in China, due to the climate position. Moreover, the energy need is provided through the water-based HEPP HES systems. Why is chip so important? The answer to this question is related to the speed gained the technological and digital transformation process, actually. While in the production of a classic automobile, approximately 1,000 chips are required with its smart circuits. Approximately 2,000 and 2,500 chips are needed in the production of an electric automobile. And if you want to produce an autonomous car, autonomous automobile, we need 10,000 chips for that production. All kinds of smart devices with sensors and circuits that we use in our homes definitely have chips. When we, here is an example, let's say. These are actually futuristic examples, but we use in these kind of systems chips. So when we want to mention about the consequences of this crisis, even some literature call this situation as chaos, and some of them are calling as just a problem. But anyhow, this is a crisis. This is a chip crisis, as we have mentioned before. The chip crisis was monthly experienced in the automobile sector due to the order cancellations of the automobile industry and the subsequent demand bigger than expected. Based on this, countries whose trade is based on automobiles have experienced significant problems. For example, as a developing country, the automotive sector is always in the top 3 ranks of Turkey's exports, and therefore the statements have made by the authorities, we have lost almost $2.5 billion in the year 2021 in our export. So this is an example for economic consequences of this situation or chip crisis. On the other hand, it is stated that one of the reasons for the recent tension between Taiwan and China, this is also important for the whole world. Although it is not a direct cause, the China-Taiwan tension is recorded as an event that will have important consequences, because Taiwan is planning to establish a TSMC-like structure in the state of Arizona. It is about to establish a similar or even higher version with an investment of almost $16 billion. So this situation is disturbing for China. Another issue is seen as many countries taking action regarding chip production. Let me also try this one. We are dealing with consequences. Yes. Each country is working to establish a facility based on its own chip needs. So the EU, European Union, states that it will reach a level that can meet almost 20% in coming 2030. So this means that also a kind of chip war is beginning. When we focus on our constructing chip theses, effective factors in establishment of this kind of facility for chip production, we would have mainly these criteria. Let me open this side. Yes. The main criteria for this type of construction, first of all, we have to mention about the human resources. Human capital is the most important need in this regard. We actually may not need blue-collar labors, but we need especially human capital, know-how. Qualities of human resources suitable for training and the number of educational institutions that will train existing human resources are very important. In this case, it may be possible to evaluate by considering the education indices. Some quantitative indicators such as the PISA index and universal ranking can be used for this criteria. When we talk about capital, the importance of the economic reliability of the countries in which the host location is located is also thought to be weighted in terms of the long-term facility to be established and the establishment of that facilities. Stability is very, very important, and it is necessary for financially, both financially and politically. The third one, raw material and access to raw materials. As we have mentioned about the raw materials, we needed can be maybe once more listed. Access opportunities for various consumables, especially silicon deposits, water as a resource, noble gases. This is important also for production of chips, and the place to be established must be on a reassuring ground in terms of disaster coordination, let's say, and access opportunities and logistics are as important as the supply of raw materials. It is possible to include some components of the logistic performance index in this item also. So we may take some portion of logistic performance index LPI. And the last one, when we want to talk about market access, time to market, the sensitivity of capital-rich countries to technology production is known by Heckscher-Ohlin theorem, as far as I can remember. Yeah, Heckscher-Ohlin theory. However, it would be more accurate to determine the optimal access time and ease of chip supply to these production points with an operations search when the production networks of the whole world are taken into account. Since the issue poses a global problem, it will be considered as an assumption that the investment is not unique to a nation or a country, but as a production facility that will be service to the whole world. So when we came our methodology, I have to say that for some locations that can be selected around the world, the weighting of the mentioned production facility factors and the evaluation of some alternatives in terms of in returns for these weightings will be carried out with the critic Topsis methodology. When we here we can see the sub material for raw material and the cost of construction, actually the investment of such kind of construction when we need it. Lastly, I want to say that within the framework of determined criteria, as a result of this presentation, it will be stated in which region it would be more meaningful to establish a chip plant. And it is also suggested that an application can be made for a narrower region by considering factors such as constraints and diversities and capital flow and economic groups, investor types, etc. Thank you for your listening and your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now we have important information about a popular topic, chip crisis. Now another important topic is we will listen another important topic from Selçuk Bayar, health industry. It's also for nowadays and for maybe 3 years they are on this topic actually. Now we will talk about, we will listen Mr. Selçuk Bayar Bayar's presentation on digital transformation in the health sector. The floor is yours, Mr. Bayar.
Thanks, Professor Elçin Hocam. I would like to thank to all arranging committee for this meeting. I tried to explain the digital transformation in healthcare within the 10 minutes today. We have been discussing the effect the pandemic from the beginning of this meeting. Healthcare has also affected by the pandemic heavily. We could not take health services for our routine health problems at the beginning of this period because all healthcare services was blocked by the COVID-19 patients. But we took our health service from our home to digital health possibilities. After this period, we learned the importance of the healthcare and the healthcare systems, importance of the healthcare systems. I would like to start with some statistics to understand why we need the digitalization in healthcare. The life expectancy is increasing day by day. It reached 18.5 in 2015 in the OECD countries. This number was 75 in 1995. Another important statistic is the population percentage of the elder people in total population. The rate was 13% in 2012. Due to the growth effects I mentioned in the previous slide, more employees and larger budgets are needed to meet the demand for the healthcare. 20 million more healthcare workers are needed until 2013. Health expenses, which were 8.6 trillion in 2019, are expected to double in 2029. I believe that the digital healthcare solution help us to meet the demand and create sustainable healthcare sector for the governments. What is the digital health? According to HIMSS, which works for the development of the information management system, digital health connects and empowers people and population to manage health and wellness, augmented by accessible and supportive provider teams working within flexible, integrated, and digital-enabled care environments that strategically leverage digital tools, technologies, and services to transform care delivery. The health system of the future will focus on the outcomes of the individual and build a digital ecosystem that providers can care when, where, and how they need safely and securely. If you look briefly at the development of the health systems, healthcare services that was not connected with each other in the past, but now we are a connected environment with all of the parties for the digital healthcare. In the future, full interconnected health system with the patient at the center and run by digital algorithms. Lots of companies trying to develop digital health application to be part of the next generation of the healthcare system. On the other hand, there are ongoing academic works on this area. Through the Industry 4.0 components like AI, big data, IoT, sensors, and so on, the healthcare application can monitor all health parameters easily and detect the anomalies to prevent health problems. These are two academic works related to digital health app. The first one is the remote follow-up system for the chronic disease to reduce the cost of disease management and control the hospital capacity. And the second one is the anomaly detection system for the cardiac problems via Apple Watch. We are using most industrial 4.0 component in digital health application. We need the sensors to collect the necessary data and IoT devices to transfer this data to the cloud, which stores the data. And to process this collected data, we need the AI and big data technologies. To create a secure data communication, we have to use blockchain and the cybersecurity technologies. Another important technology for the digital health is the digital twin. I will give more details about in the upcoming slides. I have said that the data is the most important things for the digitalization of in healthcare. It's estimated that 1 trillion sensors are working in the world in 2020. In 2021, each person produced 15 terabytes of data. Every data produced by the people is very important for the health, and it's of the great importance in the digital management of the health. Because of the data usage of the healthcare systems, AI is one of the important technology to develop future of the digital health. In the healthcare field, 138 AI algorithms have already been approved by the FDA as a healthcare applications. We can manage our chronic disease like diabetes and cancer with the support of AI algorithms. All of us knows this motto. Houston, we have had a problem. The motto is also being of the digital TV application in history. In 1970, the Apollo 13 space vehicle had a fuel tank problem in the space. The engineers who worked in the last station of Apollo were created the twin of the fuel tank and defined the problem and explained the solution to the astronauts. That was the first digital twin application in the history. What is the digital twin? It's a real-time digital profile of the past and current behavior of the physical object or process that helps to optimize business performance. To make a clear definition, it's a virtual copy of the physical objects. The first definition in the literature were put forward by Dr. Michel Greaves from Michigan University in 2002, and the conceptual model was presented in 2006 in the Hanover Industrial Forum in Germany. In 2010, it was made available as a digital twin in the NASA technology roadmap. Digital twin applications are using the many areas of health. Thanks to power of data, we can improve service delivery process, reducing operation costs, improving patient experience, and medicine and management chronic disease. I would like to give us some real example about the digital twin application in the hospital management. The major private hospital, which has capacity and management problem in the medical imaging field. Because of the support of the digital twin of this hospital, the hospital reached shorter wait times, faster patient turnaround, increased equipment utilization, and lower staffing cost. This is one of the human digital twin concept which was developed by the Siemens Healthineers for the people who has cardiac disease risk. The aim of this concept is collect and monitor all related health and life data of the people to prevent his cardiac health problem risk. To do true analysis, we have to collect real-time all related data and process with these AI-based algorithms to see the anomalies. People consume amount data will affect this type of algorithms. Therefore, we have to collect this data from the smart copy devices. We need the data to define some problems in real time. Therefore, we have to collect data from all necessary parts via IoT devices. Let me finish my presentation with one of the video-related feature of the healthcare. Thanks for listening.
You may need to share your
video.
You may need to share your.
Okay.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Medicine will become more precise. Value will shape care delivery. Patients will become empowered consumers. And digitalization will transform every facet of healthcare. Patients will have a digital twin, a customized computational model of themselves, enabling Dr. Clive to anticipate illness, guide therapy options, and predict outcomes of procedures. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. AI-powered decision models, fed by vast population health data, will improve diagnostic accuracy. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. Multidisciplinary, highly productive care teams structured around patients and their needs will collaboratively deliver the full cycle of care. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. Supported by real-time monitoring and guidance, John will become more empowered and have physical and virtual access to care when and where he needs it. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare.
Thank you very much for this presentation and this interesting video. We want to see those things immediately.
Anyhow, we will see.
I just remember the cartoon Jetgiller. You remember?
Don't worry, we are working on it.
Thank you very much for this. Very good. Thank you. Actually, we also have two important panel presentations on Industry 4.0 and especially about defense industry. But our presenters have some problems about connecting to this session. It's about their problem, their internet problem.
They are in India.
Yes, they are a little bit far away from here. If we have any questions we can get for our presenters, for those presentations.
Would there be any questions from our friends or from students here? It seems there are no questions from us.
This means that it is well understood.
It's true.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to just stop now and thank you for those valuable presentations. I wish you a good day, and for the other sessions, I hope we will get much more important information. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
We would like to thank to all of our participants and to our speakers and moderator on behalf of the Sepip conference. And we'd like to welcome you next year, hopefully again.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Should we leave from studio?
Bye.
Efendim? Kim arıyor efendim? Buyurun. Evet, evet. Hemen evdeyiz ama bir konferansa konuşmacı giriyorum. Çok acil getirir misiniz? Tamam.
Tamam, açık şu an. Now we have our panel titled Rational Built Environment with Minimum Global Impact. I would like to introduce our guests. The moderator of the panel session is Dr. Zeliha Şahin Çağlı of OSTİM Technical University. Our speakers are Dr. Duygu Ertan of Istanbul Medipol University, Dr. Riri Fitri Sari, Chairperson of UI Green Metric Team of Indonesia, David Seidman, Vice President, G2 Telemania Re-Energy Power SRL. We would like to start. The moderator,
Yeah, thank
Doctor,
you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Dr. Zeliha Şahin Çağlı. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of OSTİM Tech, and I am a staff member of the Architecture and Design Faculty. I would like to extend a impact, and the purpose of our panel discussion is to broaden our knowledge on the most sustainable and energy efficient applications with reduced or almost zero environmental impact around the world. By sharing perspectives from Turkey, Indonesia, Romania, we hope to obtain detailed information about environmentally sensitive applications and raise awareness for smart industry, economy, planning, and policy. We suggest to proceed by giving each one of our panelists 15 minutes for their presentations. We then hope to have 15 minutes remaining for questions and comments. Before we begin, please allow me to briefly introduce our three distinguished panelists. Dr. Duygu Ertan is PE Civil, a BREEAM Fellow, Envision VP, DG&B Auditor, Lead AP, BD+C. Sustainability Global Thought Leader Dr. Ertan works as a bridge between academia, industry, and NGOs. She completed her BS degree in civil engineering from Boğaziçi University in Istanbul and received MC and PhD degrees from Rutgers University in USA in civil and environmental engineering 1994. She has been working on decarbonization in the built environment and standardization since 2000. She served as an advisor to Presidency Office of Boğaziçi University in 2010-2013 and led the efforts of Green Campus transition by acquiring LEED Gold to Hamlin Hall. She also served as a BREEAM consultant to Piri Reis University New Campus and helped the university to receive BREEAM certification for all its buildings. She received the President's Award given by the World Green Building Council, WGBC, for her outstanding contributions to the global sustainability movement in 2012. She has been awarded BREEAM Fellow recognition by British Building Research Establishment, BREE, in 2016. She received the Women in Sustainability Leadership Award, WESLA, in 2017 from USGBC. She's a member of several organizations like USGBC, Urban Land Institute, ULI, Product Sustainability Council, UK, and EPEA, Germany. A fellow member of American Society of Civil Engineers and a member of International Solid Waste Association and scientific committee member of IFMA. She is currently the chairwoman of Climate Change, Energy and Health Graduate Program, teaching sustainability-related courses at IMU. Her research interests are green buildings and standardization, circular economy, sustainability in the built environment, and green finance. Her topic is decarbonization of campuses. Our second speaker is Professor Dr. Riri Fitrisari. She's a professor of computer engineering at the Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia. Previously, she served as CIO, Head of Information System Development and Services at the University of Indonesia for the period 2006-2014. She holds a PhD in computer networking from the School of Computing, University of Leeds, UK. Professor Riri is a senior member of the Institute for Electronics and Electrical Engineers. In November 2011, the IEEE Region 10 Asia Pacific announced her as a recipient of the IEEE WIE Most Inspiring Engineer Award, which was bestowed of the IEEE Region 10 meeting in Kolkata, India, March 2012. Professor Riri Fitrisari is the chairperson of UI Green Metric World University Rankings since 2010 and served more than 960 universities from 81 countries. Professor Riri is a reviewer of various national competitive development grants, research grants, and scholarship schemes. She is a member of National Higher Education Board. She is currently the chair of the Ethical Committee at the University of Indonesia's Board of Professors. Her topic is UI Green City Metric for Sustainable Cities, Indonesian case. Mr. David Zeidman, he's the third speaker of us. He is Director Business Development of G2 Telemania Re-Energy Power SRL, a power plant engineering, procurement, construction, and management with over 40 years of collective experience in successful EPSM execution of complex, international-based power plant projects, including 20,000 megawatt installed capacity electricity generation systems. David is a software and process engineering by training, and the company has improved market share from 2% in 1910 to 11% today. His topic is energy security for socioeconomic and environmental sustainability in Turkey. Now we can start with the first speaker of us, Dr. Duygu Erten. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Çağlı. It's so nice to see everyone. Especially Fitrisari, since I'm going to mention green metrics during my speech. What a great coincidence. Dr. Çağlı, will you put my presentation on, or do you want me to present?
If you can put, that's okay.
Okay, sorry.
If you cannot, I will try.
I can do it, I guess, here. There we go. I uploaded it.
Present, there's a sign there. Did you see that? Present.
Present.
At the bottom, there's a button.
Yeah, there's present, slides, or share screen.
Yeah,
maybe share screen is probably the best way. Yes.
I think so.
Do you see it? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we are now.
Okay, excellent. Welcome aboard. And I will talk about decarbonization of campuses today. But please, when you're listening, think about all sorts of campuses. It can be a military campus. It doesn't have to be a university campus. It can be a technopark. As long as it has many buildings and many facilities, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The first time I heard about decarbonization of university campuses was when I heard President Clinton talk about climate commitments at the American College and University President's Camp in Chicago. Institutions are recognizing their climate leadership role, and now they are committing to decarbonization. First time when I was teaching at Boğaziçi University in 2010, the president at the time of the university and I put together a strategy for a green campus. that's where you need to plan for infrastructure, campus, and transportation electrification to meet aggressive carbon targets. And that's challenging now and requires holistic solutions. What the goal needs to be is really transitioning away from fossil fuels for campus heating and transportation, and explore new technical procurement and phasing strategies to cost effectively achieve carbon reduction and resiliency goals. As the urgency to achieve significant carbon reductions grows, we need to provide new strategies and technologies to underpin successful plans to achieve target levels at your institution. The green metric, as everyone knows by now, is a university rating system, and it compares sustainability efforts on university campuses worldwide. And every year, many universities from different countries are evaluated by green metric in areas such as infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste, water resources, transportation, and education, scored for each evaluation area, and higher education institutions are ranked according to the total scores they receive from these evaluations. Their methodology is based on 6 subsections. 15% goes to setting and infrastructure, 21% energy and climate change, 18% waste, 10% water, 18% transportation, and 18% educated and research. You can find all sorts of information through the links they provide. But I want to talk more on general project sustainability criteria, whether you get a green metric assessment or not. We all know that efficient use of energy, water, and other resources is a must. Use of renewable energy, such as solar energy, and their upfront costs are declining dramatically in the past 15 years. Pollution and waste reduction measures and the enabling of reuse and recycling, good indoor environmental air quality, use of materials that are non-toxic, ethical, and sustainable, consideration of the environment in design, construction, and operation, consideration of the quality of life of occupants in design, construction, and operation, a design that enables adoption to a changing environment. What are the objectives of sustainable buildings? No matter you go for the whole campus or you go with baby steps, one building at a time, resource efficiency is extremely important. Reducing greenhouse gases, gas emission reduction, pollution prevention, both indoor air quality and outdoors, harmonization with the environment, and integrated and systematic approaches. So let's go over 5 principles of sustainability for everything we do: recycling materials, renewable energy, non-toxic environment, less of material and energy, and good of people. Green buildings allow schools and campuses to open their doors to the community in many ways by increasing accessibility of their facilities and resources, and through hands-on lessons about sustainability and environmental stewardship. Green schools serve as valuable and dynamic community centers also. In United States, especially, US Green Building Council came up with this motto: where we learn matters. Yes, it's good for students and staff health. It's good for academic achievement. It's good for environmental resources. And of course, it's good for asset value. And the outcomes of a green campus are reduced environmental impact to model sustainable choices, increased health and wellness to model healthy decision-making and keep students at school, and school-wide sustainability and environmental literacy to prepare students for the future. There are no cost ways really to lower any school's utility bills. But I think the first very important one, a lot of administrators miss, are establishing and communicating a policy, assigning responsibility for common areas, establishing a recognition program, controlling classroom thermostats, using building automation systems, turning off outside lighting, establishing a plug load plan, keeping doors and windows closed, and controlling exhaust fans. Establishing and communicating a policy has many parameters, including benchmarking, awareness and training, sustainable energy efficiency committee. You can do so much. And if you assign responsibility for common areas like hallways and conference rooms, storage areas, you should have checklists really to follow up what's going on. And the best thing is recognizing the people, the committee, the administration, the engineer who has done the best for greening the campus. Controlling classroom thermostats are extremely important. You can do them either manual or programmable. Making people understand the energy use in schools, from technician to the occupant, again, is a must. Using building automation systems only make our lives much easier because they help us optimizing system settings. Lighting, both internal and external, because turning off outside lighting, for example, sometimes it's not good for staff safety, it's not good for crime prevention, but we have to find innovative ways to do that in order to keep the purpose of outside lighting. Establishing a plug load plan is, again, one of the most important parts for saving energy. And plug loads can account for as much as 20% of the power load in schools. Keeping doors and windows closed, like penetrations in the building envelope, can increase the cooling and heating load of the mechanical equipment. Controlling exhaust fans is, again, a very important parameter. But how do we do all these? We use green building rating systems generally, sustainability consultants, and adopting green building rating systems offer a roadmap. Are they perfect? No, they're not. But at least they provide us a roadmap we can follow, and at the end, we can rate and put the building at a level. There are so many of them. There are over 100 of them. A very popular one right now is World Bank's EDGE program, which is being used in many developing countries. Of course, everyone knows LEED and BREEAM. They are the early ones. You can do them for both new buildings and existing buildings. But for existing building, Carbon Challenge, BREEAM in-use assessment has been working very well in the last 6-7 years. This system looks into the asset performance and the management performance. It has 9 different categories, from transport to water, management to land use, like LEED. And you can rate your building from pass to outstanding. There are many other different criteria under management, transport, health and well-being, both part 1, asset performance and management performance. For energy, for part 1 and part 2 different criteria, same with land use and ecology, water, resources, resilience, pollution. And going through all these criteria help us reducing the overall operational cost of an asset. It helps us to optimize an asset's overall environmental performance, and it's an independent verification process which helps us to plan for the future operational performance of our building. They provide a route to compliance with environmental legislation and standards, including ISO 50001 and ISO 14001. So we all have to have low running costs for our buildings, and also improved asset performance means that BREEAM certified buildings support lower vacancy rates, higher rental premiums, and provide a reputable and meaningful route to environmental social governance, ESGs, which we started hearing quite a bit nowadays. Recognizing resilience is becoming a big issue as well as supporting circular economy. And we should always talk about net zero carbon when we talk about buildings, of course. I have completed 2 buildings which I will talk about today. A case study, Hamlin Hall, Boğaziçi University's oldest building. In 2012, we received LEED Gold for this building, and it has very high energy efficiency based on the energy simulation results. We got 25% water savings in this building and 25% energy savings. And the building was the oldest building, built in late 1800s. And it's just amazing to see all stones in this building are brought from 5 kilometers around the building. So it's a very local building. So the second one I want to talk is the Pires campus. All university campus buildings received a brand certification, and it's the second greenest campus in Europe. And this is an excellent showcase. If you want to just check out the web page and go into the details, but it has green roofs and serious energy and water efficiency when you look at their rating results. They have shading systems, a high efficient facade, solar water heating, rainwater harvesting, gray water recycling, water saving, sanitary appliances, low emitting materials and finishes, high efficient lighting, daylight sensors, occupancy sensors, smart design, like passive design strategies. And of course, daylighting has been maximized in this building. But like the paper we wrote with Professor Kılkış, we also criticize these green building certification systems because they are not perfect. But we cannot wait until we find a perfect system. We really have to start applying these systems to our buildings and also give feedback to these systems so their criteria get better and better. My presentation, unfortunately, is only 15 minutes today. If you have any questions, please write me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this wonderful conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ertan. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights and case studies. Thank you very much. Now, Professor Riri, floor is yours.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Zaliha from OSTİM University. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia, everyone. I'm so delighted to be invited to this Sepip conference. Let me share screen if it's possible from my computer. I'm not sure because normally I'm not using this. Just 1 second, document. Okay, maybe. Can you see something?
Not yet.
Otherwise, can you?
There is a present button at the bottom.
Yes.
Did you see it? Present.
Yes, I use slide and then slides or share screen.
Slides. You choose slides.
Slides. Okay, it's uploading now. Okay. Meanwhile, I will introduce myself. Actually, thank you, Dr. Dwi Gu, for introducing UI Green Metric World University Ranking. I'm so delighted that you mentioned our methodology. Well, today, actually, I would like to remind all university because on the 31st of October, we would like to have everyone all universities to submit the data because we are doing annual evaluation. But in this presentation, I will show our extended work. Dwi Gu and all friends, it's related to something called Green City, which is we are talking about small university, small city, in which it's a complete university and a big complete type of city. And today just this year, we are introducing UI Green City Metric for Sustainable Cities, in which we enlarge our population, our insight on implementing energy efficient and all related matters related to the evaluation or implementation of methodology to evaluate and to enforce all city leaders to improve their situation in their places. Well, thank you so much once again. I will start my presentation on this because today we are we are talking about smart economic planning and industrial policy. I would like to introduce our UI Green City Metric, which is the extension of UI Green Metric. We introduced this early this year for cities and regency in Indonesia under collaboration also with many sectors to be able to influence city leaders to put in a lot of information from their regencies, and cities. So UI Green City Metric is a ranking of regency cities in Indonesia in sustainability and was launched in 2022, just like Dr. Dwi Gu told us today. We assess the city by a very simple methodology in which they would like and learn a lot of things to improve and to see how they can provide a resilience and human rights cities in the future. So we include setting and infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste management, water management, access and mobility, and transportation. And different from university, in which we evaluate the research and research in the university. And here for the city, we ask about the governance. So today, we are aiming to extend this work to different countries if eventually the network that is something that we are very proud of as the result of this ranking. As you know, that started in 2010, UI Green Metric World University Ranking has transformed itself into a collaboration among universities. Just like today, I just came back from a workshop, international workshop in Yogyakarta, in the Central Java, in which we invited all our online course leaders. So started 2 years ago, we provide online course on sustainability to 7 universities in 7 countries, from Ecuador, from Colombia, Hungary, United Arab Emirates, Tunisia, Indonesia. And it was a successful one, so that we also create one in Indonesia. But we are also creating the second one, in which it's like inspiration for many universities to collaborate, to provide many universities arrangement. We have 30 professors from different countries with different background and different cases study, just from Tunisia and problems in Amazon River, and all the university students talking together, work together on problems, so that it's the kind of things that we are aiming for. From competition, we are collaborating, and we provide a platform for everyone to work together. So by this aim, we also have to look into this, to extend this to regency and cities in Indonesia, or maybe overseas later on when it's successful here. So it's provide a forum for learning and sharing of experience and best practices among regency and city government. So our vision is to become an open and respected ranking and bring sustainability impact to regencies and cities in Indonesia, in which they learn from each other. We organize the annual ranking, and then provide services to improve sustainability report, efforts in different cities, and contributing to sustainable discourse in regency and city, and promote regency and city as agents of social change in relation to sustainable development goals. and also providing a forum to share experience. Just like what I told you, every year we have yearly meeting, and in every country we have more than 40 national coordinators. They gather universities in their country and they exchange ideas and samples, and a great opportunity to share together the performance and the initiative they have conducted. So in this context, we know that we have many problems, many challenges, water problem, energy and climate change problem, pollution, demographic change, and aging population, pandemic situation, public health, inequality and poverty, social distancing problem, and many things, including natural disasters. So in this case, the government have important role to play in overcoming this problem, these challenges, and introducing this methodology to enable the city leader to work and to see how they are being with others that we are aiming for. So in this UI Green City Metric context, we have provided the how we are looking into these sustainable development goals, sub goals in our green city. So if you have a look in our UI Green City Metrics, we have these 6 indicators: waste management, water management, access and mobility, energy and climate change mitigation, governance, and their setting and infrastructure of the city in relation to sustainable development goals that we are trying to achieve by 2030. So this is the methodology that we are using and introduced already this year. For setting an infrastructure, it's 10%. We ask, evaluate the green open space facilities available to the community. And also in energy and climate change, we evaluate how we can increase the use of energy efficient equipment and develop renewable energy in the city, and also waste management, in which we severely think that several policies and programs should be supposed to be conducted to reduce waste, and also water management, in we use reduce groundwater use in conservation program and using and proper water management. And also for access and mobility, we are asking is 16% is to about the policies to limit the use of private emission, limit the emission in the city. And also for the governance, we evaluate also in terms of budget, program, and community participation in the field of sustainability. So this is for the case of Indonesia. We're covering these cities, which is it's the first one, and it's quite successful, in which we can create the impact in the news, so that many city and regency leaders try to achieve that. However, we are trying to create the clustering, and we have the bronze, silver, and gold cluster, but we only got silver. The highest one was Semarang City in Central Java in Jakarta, in Indonesia, and Kediri City and Padang City in Sumatra. And others are in this condition, in which it's a lot of things for improvement, room for improvement for many city leader. Then we evaluate this result this year. So many things to do for the average of the cities. And also in our indicator, actually we're asking about a lot of things, but we try to make it simple so that they can provide and can be compared easily. This is for energy and climate change category. We ask about the master plan of the city, for example, the presence of many the ways of improving energy efficient use, incentive and policy, and other things. And also for the waste management, for example, we asking about the policy to reduce, reuse, and recycle organic waste and food waste treatment, and also other things that we think that is important and in sustainability. And also this is for the waste, for the water management. We are asking about the water conservation program in the city. Also treated water program for the use of water saving equipment, facilities that should be used in the community, and other things. And also this is for access and mobility, transportation. We ask about the many problems like this, but it's actually, if we have a look into it, into the details, it's we can start easily and then can provide more evidence about the improvement. So it's like an incentive for you, for city leader to improve their condition. And also this is for the governance category. For example, we are asking about the sustainability website of the city, also the availability of environmental management performance information report, also the number of events, activities related to sustainability, and other things, even green startup in the city and in the community related to sustainability and green jobs, and educational program related to sustainability for school children, for example, and also number of communities related to private sector NGOs that encourage sustainability effort in the city or regency. Also other innovative government programs. So in this case, eventually in June 2002, we invite the major and of the many cities, the winner, to come to our university, and Semarang City got number 1, and you can see that in many news, many publications show that they are trying to be the better in the next evaluation. So this is a timeline actually for Indonesian, and if you are interested, we can do that for Turkish cities also. We can collaborate on that. We have this for Indonesian. And actually, that is something that I would like to show you. So after all these years, actually, all we wanted is that we would like everyone to look into what we can do in our position, in our role, to ensure that we are getting better step by step, knowing that we are facing the global climate change, war, and many things ahead of us. But if we have many ways to improve that with technology, today we are talking about digital transformation, all the data actually will help us to be able to ensure that the next generation will be able to pass this difficult condition and will be able to achieve living in green and sustainable cities and communities, just what we all expected. I think that is all from us, from UI Green City Metric and UI Green Metric World University Ranking. 13 years is a long time, but we know that collaboration is number 1, so that we are working based on co-sharing, and everyone are happy to work together actually. So we welcome all of you to contact us at greenmetric@ui.ac.id for any information, or just Google Green Metric in Google, and you will find many things in YouTube and all other social media. Thank you very much, Dr. Zeliha. Thank you.
Thank you for your comprehensive and inspiring presentation. And I want to say one thing. In city ranking, the water management's percent is 15%. In university rankings, is 10%. That's a good news. We want its ratio more in university ranking. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So much.
Now the next guest, David Seidman. Mr. David Seidman, the floor
not
is
a
yours.
doctor yet. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me bring up the presentation.
The present button at the bottom.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Not yet. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Share. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yeah, everything's okay.
Okay, excellent. So let me start off with a forward note regarding the specific topic, specifically energy security for socioeconomic and environmental sustainability in Turkey. The reason for this topic at this point, and energy transitioning away from fossil fuels is a norm, and it should be a norm. However, it must be planned, and alternative foundational energy supply should be planned ahead of transitioning away from fossil fuels such as indigenous coal. And therefore, the reason why we believe this initiative is critical, specifically in Turkey, but as well as in Eastern Europe, where we have targeted other government initiatives, similar initiatives. Let's see here. Okay, so in the reference case, most of the growth in electricity generation is fueled by renewables and natural gas in Turkey. So we can see here that natural gas is obviously has grown, and it is unfortunate that the current crisis, the conflict with the Ukraine, is exasperating energy security within Turkey and even as well around the world. So this is a cause for concern from many governments. In most regions, as outlined below, coal production and consumption are projected to remain near current levels in the reference cases for many years to come. All of these Western countries realize that they need the base foundation until an alternative, and the likely alternative will be nuclear power. That's going to be forthcoming, including SMR type of technologies, but they're still way off, even in implementation, 5 years at best, and more like 12 years in the likelihood of developing and actually commissioning a nuclear power plant. So Turkey has, just a second, Turkey has the potential through 2050 and beyond to actually make use of 15 billion tons of indigenous lignite reserves. And I'll go into why we believe that might be a good fit from an energy security wise, and also from environmental impact. And I'll go into the technology on how we can actually work that best. So in the reference case, Turkey relies heavily on imports to meet its energy needs. Even on coal, there's 45% of its coal is actually imported. Natural gas is a serious energy risk where 100% is imported. Although there was some fines, it still will only amount to maybe 5 or 6 years once it is tapped from the Black Sea. Wind and hydro, that's an energy security safeguard, but that's only providing a very small portion of the actual energy generation in Turkey. So the additional challenges to Turkey's energy strategy, coal pollution health costs are obvious. I mean, we're talking billions per year. The population's desire for transitioning away for cleaner environment and lower cost electricity. But then you have the energy supply security risk, which again, 50% of electricity produced is from energy fuel supply that are imported. So what's another downside is the coal power plants lack incentive and capital to align with environmental regulatory law, which is very similar to what the EU has in place. So lack of conventional emission control system financing options. So there's a lot of challenges within the space. What our company offers is actually improving the energy strategy and energy security by implementing a commercially viable clean coal technology that is now operational over 12 years on a 1,200 megawatt coal power plant in the US, still operational today. So what the system does, it actually reduces, it decarbonizes up to 10% of the CO2 by actually reducing the actual coal input that's needed by the power plant. And the way that's done is the system uses the waste heat of the power plant to dry the coal before it enters into the boilers. So, and then it concurrently separates using molecular separation system. It separates pyrites, which have sulfur, and creates NOx and SOx emissions before entry into the boiler. So basically, we can realize up to 40% of NOx and SOx can be reduced before entering into the boiler. Another major positive impact is the system can reduce or increase the energy efficiency of the power plant by 5 to 10%. So this is actually a proven technology on 1,200 megawatt power plant. And we have conducted a fuel study at Elbistan B in Turkey and proven similar results comparative to the site in the US. So the actual improvements is fuel consumption savings, auxiliary power usage savings. We're able to reduce the lime that's used to reduce SO2, water usage savings within the power plant, overall maintenance and operation savings of the power plant. And most important to the operator is a return on investment. So basically, we have under Elbistan B, we assess within 3 to 4 years the power plant will have a full return on its investment. The other benefits, obviously, is key emissions reduced, across the board, including ash, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Another critical importance, and this is something that we've raised. In 2028, the EU bloc will have what's known as a carbon tax. So any country that wants to import their products into the EU will be applied a carbon tax based on their actual decarbonization. So if they're not decarbonizing their energy generations, an applicable cost will apply. So if there's any coal power plant still operating in Turkey in 2028, which very likely there will be, those expenses can result in up to a 50% surcharge on products imported into the EU. So the system itself will realize one of the benefits is basically reducing the health costs, and by reducing emissions, we're reducing the health costs savings by up to 3 billion Turkish liras per year. And the population would realize a cleaner environment, sustainably lower cost of electricity. Energy supply security will substantially be improved. And the coal operators will have, many of them private, will have interest and appetite to pursue the investment in order to realize, improved efficiencies, meeting reduced emissions and meeting the emissions law in Turkey. We do have the backing of U.S. Exim Bank in the U.S. And potentially other ESG type of financial institutions. So what we're looking to do is actually limit the energy security risk by increasing the coal, indigenous coal consumption within Turkey, and thereby improve the energy security safeguards and reduce the imports that are currently being undertaken in Turkey. So, yep, that's it for my session. So, yes, any questions, I can be reached at the email address and telephone number you have on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is there any question or comment to all panelists? Is there any question? Would you like to ask a question or comment, make a comment? Okay. Our panelists, do you have questions to Zeitman, Mr. Zeitman? Thank you. Okay, we are now coming to the end of this panel session. I would like to express my thanks to all three of our panelists for their comprehensive and inspiring presentations and for sharing their valuable insights with us. I would also like to thank all the participants for their time and attention and for their interviewing questions. I believe both the information and the discussions were very interesting and enlightening for all of us. We are grateful to Professor Yülek, President of OSTİM Tech, for giving us the opportunity to have this panel session on sustainability. And we very much appreciate the support of the organization committee. Let me close the session by pointing out that it is our intention to organize a similar panel next year, and we hope that you and many more of our colleagues will be able to join us again in 2023. Wishing you a pleasant day. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Regards to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zeliha Şahin Çağlı. We would like to thank our moderator and our speaker. Now we would like to invite to the podium our... Evet, Coşkun Bey. Now we would like to invite to the podium our invited speaker, Dr. Coşkun Şerefoğlu, Senior Development Expert, Ankara Development Agency. Tamam. Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Let me share my slides with you. Can you see my slides right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
In order to make it, okay, that's full screen now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this great event. I would like to thank to Austin Technical University, particularly Professor Murat Yülek to invite me. I would like to give a presentation on regional innovation strategies and with a case study from Ankara Innovation Strategy. I will firstly start with the concept of the regional innovation strategy. Secondly, why regional development failed in the EU. I will highlight some important points. After that, I will give a definition of smart specialization for European Union, and I will touch the main stages of regional innovation strategy. And I will try to give how new policy approach differentiates with the traditional ones implemented in the European Union countries. And then I will shortly touch the equation policy for 2021 and 2027. After that, I will focus on Ankara regional innovation strategy, and I will try to give how it differentiates with the current policies. And firstly, let me start with the background of the concept. Regional innovation strategy actually occurred because of the R&D and innovation problems between USA and European Union since 1995. And according to the McCann and Ortega Arguilla, there is a quality problem of human capital, the inflexible structure of the European labor market, differences in adaptation to new management practices, and lastly, access to venture capital performance measures in the labor market. If you compare the European Union market with the United States market, when we're considering the firm size and the innovation level in the firms. And there are two differences between European Union and United States. One of them, in European Union, there is a disproportionate development in traditional, medium, and low sectors. And the second one, European firms have lower ability to transform R&D into an efficient structure if you compare it with the European United States. And there are two main reasons why the EU Commission recommends smart specialization as a prerequisite in EU members. And the first one, strengthening research, technological development, and innovation. And the second one, improving the quality of information and communication technologies and facilitating access. And there are two main reasons for failure in the EU for the regional development. First one, fragmented structure within the territory of the European Union region. And the second one, instead of specializing in their own regions, countries try to emulate the successful practices of other regions and countries. And so I think this could be applicable for all developing countries. And when we look at the many developing countries and the regions, instead of identifying their own priorities, they are just copying the other regions' priorities, and they cannot be successful in many cases. And what is the regional innovation strategy then? And the regional innovation strategies actually is defined the unique characteristic of the region that keeps information and communication technologies is in center. And this is very important, and it is applicable to all sectors. And this figure shows that when we look at the specialization, we definitely see competitive advantage. And at the global perspective, we can say comparative advantage of the firms. And the European Union, through the smart specialization strategies, try to increase the entrepreneurial spirit of the regions by reshaping the economy, not ignoring innovation in all sectors. And this shows the two policies clearly. In traditional policies, we see innovation as research and development, and in new policies, we see innovation based on new combination. Actually, innovation among sectors, I think one of the most successful side of the regional innovation strategies. And in traditional policies, we see focus on research and technology, but in new policies, we mostly see design and marketing at forefront. And the third one, high-tech focus. In new policies, we see innovation in all sectors. What do we mean innovation in all sectors? When we look at the old policies, we see that some sectors were ignored in the policies, but with the new approach, we see there is a strengthening connection among sectors, and they do not ignore any sector, any traditional sector, and they are just putting innovation in all sectors. And RT and transfer institutions in the new policies, we see companies in the center, and also in the new policies, internalization of knowledge. And Tissan et al. Highlighted that around 30% of regional development is attributed to local factors. And this means that we cannot ignore the local factors if you would like to make some tangible contribution in regional development. And due to the globalization of the value chain in many regions, the sector is not seen as an appropriate unit of specialization. And instead of talking about the sectors, we see the European Union regional innovation strategies is just focused on domains under the sectors, because sectors does not mean anything in the new policies. And if you look at the e-cohesion policy for 2021 and 2027, we see a more competitive and smarter Europe, a greener low-carbon transitioning towards a net zero carbon economy, a more connected Europe by enhancing mobility, a more social and inclusive Europe, and the last one, Europe closer to citizens by fostering the sustainable and integrated development of all types of territories. And there is a risk guide which was published by the European Union. There are some steps the member states of European Union need to follow. And as you see, most of the steps are very familiar with the old approach, but in these three steps, the last one, integration of monitoring and evaluation mechanism, I think play a vital role in the implementation of regional innovation strategies, because most of the regions analyze their region and the governance is done by member states in a good way, but when we come to the fourth step, identification of priorities, and this is one of the, I think, key steps in this strategy. And why it is important, because if you look at the many developing countries, and we see that they have very higher opportunity costs regarding their priorities, because if they cannot put their exact needs of the regions and sectors with their domains, and they cannot identify their own priorities, and the limited resources of funds could go vast in those countries, and this is very important steps. And if the countries would like to use efficiently their financial resources, and they need to identify their priorities by working deeply with the field and defining coherent policies, roadmap, action plan, and these are done by most member states. But one of the main problems in regional innovation strategies, as I said before, is the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and the regions should set up very reliable monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in order to monitor the actions put in the regional innovation strategies. And there are some important factors according to the OECD, and one of them is working with policy mix approach, and it means that knowledge-based activities, skill levels are more attractive than are the technology and innovation policies. And the second one, using strategic reasoning to evaluate the effects of different policy instruments and the strategy as a whole, and also making connections with localized clusters, which are important in the regional development. And another factor, the traditional triple helix structure. A fourth factor we see in the regional innovation strategies, that is socio-cultural regional environment. And there are some failure factors of research innovation strategies according to the Cardiff University. One of them is saying that regional innovation strategies include the current situation, characteristic or analysis of the region, rather than concentrating on the key core attributes to prepare the risk. And this is very important because most of the regions cannot identify their key core attributes because they have no reliable data, and their sector are not ready for the innovation. And this is one of the important point identified by Cardiff University. And the second one, there are limited practices in involving stakeholders in the development of research and innovation strategies. And when we see in many strategy documents, there is no active participation of stakeholders in the making of policies, and this is very important. And regional innovation strategies encourage the member state to get involved more and more with the stakeholders, and the stakeholders should be involved in the decision-making process in those countries. And also, strategies fail to address problem areas. There is a weak link between analysis made and the research and innovation strategies objectives. And the last one, the importance attributed to target indicators and their monitoring is low when applying research and innovation strategies because of the reliable data, and also because of the lack of monitoring and evaluation systems in those countries. And Turkey is not a member state for European Union, but as Ankara Development Agency, we have developed our Ankara Regional Innovation Strategy with the experts from Ankara Development Agency under my coordination. And actually, this shows the Ankara innovation ecosystems. And as you see, corporations, venture capital, sponsors, policies, regulations, technoparks, private sector, and etc. And we, in order to identify our priorities, we thought that we need to put some very reliable data for the identification of main sectors with the support of quality of data. And we put 10 variable in our principal component analysis. For example, tenure, average export, tenure of total number of patent, design, TÜBİTAK support, tenure of average income, size, expertise, specialty, technology, level of the sectors. And then we found the main sectors in Ankara region, and one of the main sectors is defense and aviation, and the second one medical devices, and the third one IT sector, and fourth one work and construction machinery, and fifth one food and agricultural sector. Actually, food and agricultural sector is not very competitive with in comparison with the other sectors, but we thought that agriculture and food sector is very strategic sector, and we should not ignore this sector because of the lack of technology and innovation. And this figure shows our main priorities: defense and aviation, medical devices, construction and machinery, food and agriculture. And at the bottom, you see there's a line, IT and universities, and IT sector and universities all feed all the sectors in the above. And we actually set up an advisory board and technical committees for the identified sectors from private sector, from universities, from public sector, just as mentioned in the race 3 strategies. And as you see, these are the technical committees, and in each sector we work closely with the private sector, particularly because it is very important for making private sector get involved in your policies and strategies. And we coordinated many focus meetings with the sector in order to understand their exactness, their targets, and their needs, etc. And these are the focus group meetings also. And this shows a picture from focus group meetings for IT sectors. And we are trying to understand the IT sector and how can we intervene the IT sector as a in policy making level. And this is very important to understand the field, because most of the time if you prepare and type your strategies on the desk, and it doesn't reflect the field very well. And this is very important to talk with the stakeholders and to understand their exactness, and also you need to identify some very concrete actions for those sectors. It's another meeting for IT sector. And this is a meeting for agri-food sector from different stakeholders and technical groups. As you see, we always work very closely with the technical groups and technical group meetings, and they are reporting to us what they have found in the field. And also we give STATA trainings for our staff in order to use the entrepreneurship system in the Ministry of Industry. And there are some focus meetings for defense and aviation in the unions of Middle Anatolian. And this is very important. We do not want to just invite people to our premises. We also go to stakeholders and use their salons, and they also invite their members to the meeting. And it was very fruitful meetings for us during the preparation of strategy. And we conducted many in-depth firm interviews with the sectors, with the IT sectors, with the construction and machinery, with the defense and aviation, and we understood the sector's expectations through these deputy firm interviews. Also from focus group meeting for defense and aviation. And also, this is the intersectoral case study, actually. I think it is one of the most important part of our anchor regional innovation strategy. Because when we look at the sectors, we see that the sectors work very well in their own sectors, but we cannot see the interconnections between sectors. For example, when we talk about anchor region, we are saying that in anchor region, defense and aviation and also IT sector are two important sectors which have know-how and technology capability. And but if you look at the other sector, we cannot see the same energy in the other sector. They are the other sectors are also very strong sectors for anchor region, but we need to strengthen their position with the defense and aviation and IT sector. And if we the more we strengthen the interconnection between sectors, and the more we can be successful for our targets identified in our regional strategy. And in these tables, each table is given a case study. For example, smart construction sites or smart agriculture, and from different sectors, the representative coming from different sectors work together for smart agriculture, smart construction sites, etc. And then we had very good findings through these workshops, and these are the actually the topics for case studies, and also there are some interviews with clusters, in-depth firm interviews, face-to-face and online surveys. We conducted many analyses and surveys. It was a very rich document, actually. And we also ask some questions to the public, because we are not only working with the only sectors, we also need to ask to the public, and we conducted a public poll. And then, for example, in this question, we are saying that which sector do you think will come to the fore in the upcoming period for anchor region? And
sorry, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I will finish in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And in this slide, as you see, which sectors do you think will come to the fore? And most of the people replied defense and aviation. And the second priority comes from IT sector, and the third one comes from medical devices. And then actually, as I showed before, we conducted a principal component analysis, and it was not necessary actually for us, and we need to ask again to the public, and which sector do you think it is very important for anchor region? And also public poll also supports the principal component analysis results. And the second question, for example, under the defense and aviation, which domains anchor region should go in the near future? And this is very important. This is, I think, differentiation part of regional innovation strategy, because we are not talking about sectors. Yes, for example, you can say anchor region, defense and aviation or medical devices is very important for X region, but it is not sufficient to know that sector for you. And the most important thing is to know the domains of the sector. For example, in the defense and aviation, many experts from the sector say that unmanned aerial vehicle systems will be very important, and the second one, radar system, artificial intelligence, etc. And we did all this surveys for 5 main sectors identified in Ankara Regional Innovation Strategy. And also we conducted R&D and innovation structure and sectoral level analysis, and this is the sample size for R&D and innovation research. And there are some main problems, and also we conducted some competitiveness scale analysis for Ankara region. And what we have found in our region, and we saw that reliable data is very important in identifying your priorities. If you have no reliable data, you cannot identify your main priorities, and this means that you are most likely to use your funds not in an effective way, actually. And the second one, lack of collaboration among institutions. And this is very important because there are some sectors, for example, biotechnology. If we talk about biotechnology, and collaboration among institutions is very important to develop biotechnology, or collaboration among institutions to develop a product or a prototype, for example, in between construction and machinery sector and defense and aviation sector, because we need to transfer the know-how acquired in defense and aviation for the other sectors, such as agriculture and food sector. And the third one, insufficient platforms and clusters to increase cooperation among sectors. And this is a very important point. Clusters play a vital role in regional development, but we need to strengthen the position of clusters, and also the clusters should set up a reliable data set in their clusters. And the fourth one, in-depth analysis in various sectors shows that some sectors...
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. This is my last word. And I think the last one, internationalization and involving innovation networks. And this means that we need to think the regions as an international way, not a regional and local way. Because if we want to increase the standards in the sectors, we need to put the sectors at international level with the higher standards. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
We would like to thank Dr. Coşkun Şerefoğlu for his speech. Now we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Sepip Eren Yılmaz, founder of Winspire USA. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
The floor is yours, sir.
How can I share the screen? Okay, awesome. So, hello everyone. My name is Eren Yılmaz, and today I'm here on behalf of my own company, Winspire. And knowing this is the last presentation today and it is already late in the day, I'll keep my presentation short and to the point. But before I start, I want to acknowledge the amount of rigor and enthusiasm the organization team had already put into this event. And needless to say, I thank Professor Ulek for his open vision and unwavering persistency in growing Sepip every year. It's an amazing success story, which is only getting better and bigger every year. Awesome work. So let's start with my introduction. Winspire stands for winning inspiration. And it is kind of an idea craft at the intersection of strategy, technology, innovation, change, and getting results. As the name suggests, winning refers to getting results. And with Winspire, I'm doing lots of fun and work on the toughest business challenges of the future, as well as talking to many people around the world, all the kind of innovative minds and best of their domain across the world. And as a byproduct, I do 3 things. Interestingly, these are the byproducts. Envisioning the future for NGOs and industry associations and their members, finding ways of exponential transformation for established global players, mostly industrial companies of the Fortune 500. And third, I'm helping big tech companies grow exponentially. And just put your attention to the word exponential here. I particularly focus on solutions that bring nonlinear growth, nonlinear interactions, virtuous cycles, etc., instead of just coming up with a monolithic reductionist abstraction, which is not actionable. And if actionable, it's only linearly actionable. I'm not doing that. This is something I'm particularly avoiding in order to differentiate my own position. So for more details, take a look at Winspire. You'll see some interesting stuff there. So here we go. Let's start. So I want you to take a good look at this picture. This is the first prototype of the Falcon 1 rocket of SpaceX. Looking at how bad the quality is at the beginning. And we'll come back to this picture later. Take a second, okay? Because everything will tie back to this picture. And today I'll focus on a few things, just 3, because, you know, just 20 minutes and it's the last presentation of a 2-day intense conference. So I had to carve out a lot of things. And I think I decided these are kind of the most foundational and most indispensable ones. So first one is defining the markets of the future. I see this as a huge mistake in developing countries, leaders of the developing countries. They focus on products, technologies, or machines, things, rather than market as a whole, as a dynamics, as a system of dynamics. Okay, so here the first key difference is looking at the markets instead of things or trends or whatever. Okay, and the second is looking at the markets of the future instead of markets of the now or past. For most of them, almost without exception, it is already too late. Barriers of entry has established, monopolies have established, and it's just an uphill battle there, giving you an immense cost of money and capital of all sorts, just to take a bit of a market share there. So those are the markets that are game over. I mean the legacy or old markets. And I think that the differentiation point for what makes a market future market is the whether or not the barriers to entry has been established in most of the market. Okay. And second is competitive advantage. Again, I see this, despite a very, very simple knowledge, it is being ignored by more or less everyone, and that's why it's working for those who don't ignore competitive advantage. And it is not about being better at doing things. It is not about producing a higher quality product. It is not about selling at a cheaper cost. It is all about creating barriers to entry. It is all about finding a position of high ground, a vantage point in the market, and surrounding yourself with walls of protection. And when I say walls of protection, of course, these are business walls of protection. Consider patents, network effects, switching costs, learning curves. And if you take a second thought all about those. These are not about technology. Okay, these are really all about business models and business and operating models that build those walls of protection so that your business, once you start and position that business in the future markets of the future, can command a price premium against customers and enjoy some form of higher hand towards suppliers if possible. And that's all about creating value added. And here I always say value added is a function of competitive advantage. Okay, it is not about your technology level, it is not about your innovativeness, or it's not about how great you are. Look at LinkedIn, look at Facebook. These are just websites actually. But the amount of network effects give them a massive amount of zero marginal cost scalability, and they are monopolies. So they have some exorbitant valuations and raise equity at a very cheaper cost. That's how you create value at scale. And the third one is being agile. It is all about learning by experiments instead of theorizing or designing or planning for years and decades. Being hyper agile is all about doing things by and experimenting and learning by action, and doing it be as the first and doing it as the fastest frequency of sprints and learnings in the market. So combining these three, you can actually will be able to deal with 80% or 70% of success of in 2030s. And just to note, these are not new principles. These are old principles that have been proven for decades, but somehow these have been ignored for many people, and that's why they are still working. So let's do some double clicks on these three items. When I say markets of the future, for example, everyone is still talking about electric vehicles. It's gone. To me, electric vehicles is an established and very heavily established market. There are thousands of companies everywhere on this planet. There are well-established players which already pushed out some incumbents. For example, Tesla is a good example of this. And but as an adjacency of electric vehicles, you can consider those flying vehicles, also known as VTOLs, as a new market to consider, right? It is still pristine. Or some biomedical, bioscience use cases where the knowledge is still at the laboratory and waiting for someone to come in and commercialize within the market, right? That's also a market of the future. Or one of my favorites is deep sea mining. It's an amazing $1 trillion industry, $1 trillion market. And it's all about developing new vehicles, products, and services, which will enable getting materials out of the sea or ocean surface and pushing it somehow, bringing it to higher levels or surface to refine and process and use in manufacturing. So these are examples of how you should think about when it comes to markets of the future. Next is competitive advantage. Let's say you already chose your market and it is flying cars, okay? The next should be about identifying the fronts of competition, where the competition will take place. And of course, competition will take place on what's valuable, right? And just to draw a contrast here, competition for flying cars will not take place for who is going to be the labor doing the assembly, right? So that's a commodity. So you should be looking at things like how to make the vehicle autonomous with the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence of all sort, etc. Or you should think about how to create the ecosystem or the infrastructure around this vehicle to command switching costs and network effects. Okay, that's another sort of monopoly that you can build around these vehicles, or just go for old school engineering competition. Create some proprietary know-how around battery, energy intensity, or lightweighting, right? That's the way you should be looking at where the competition will take place, what matters, what doesn't matter. And once you choose your front to compete, let's say it is lightweighting, making the material less heavy, and without compromising its other attributes like strength, durability, performance, etc. Let's assume it's your choice. Take a deeper look at the value chain, okay? And this is very important. Take a deeper look at the value chain and choose a slice of the value chain. And that slice could be, and just for the example's sake here, could be the material science and how to engineer the material, right? Kind of the research and development of the material. It could be designing the vehicle, design science and engineering, right? That also works for the lightweighting, or manufacturing those new composites or whatever, right? So just choose a slice, not everything, just a slice. And now it's even more important, aspire to be the global best and biggest for that slice. This is how you can command price premium. This is how you can create value added. And this is the only way, okay? Moving on, as I said, the third principle is executing with hyper agility. And hyper agility to me has two main components. We can talk endlessly about what it is, what agile is, what hyper agile is, etc. But for the sake of time, it means two things to me. First is being the first to take action in the market. Again, let me emphasize it by contrasting it. Instead of waiting for the perfect engineering, perfect design, or instead of waiting for a patent to be filed and established, right, some formalities, just do it, as the Nike says. Just do it, go to market, get field outcomes as feedback, and iterate for your next development, production, etc. And learn in the market from the reality of the market, progress or pivot accordingly. That's what hyper agility is all about. And the second principle is making it as fast as you can. Once you are real and in the market, and the first in the market, second principle under hyper agility is doing it the fastest. So instead of iterating in every year or every 2 years, you should collapse it to weeks, days, and even hours, and even minutes. Okay, that's possible. There are companies iterating their products in a minute basis. That's where the level of competition is now. And as I said at the beginning, just take a look at this picture on the left-hand side. This is the first prototype of the Falcon 1 rocket, and SpaceX is probably going to be the most valuable company in the world once it's really established and start bringing its vision into fruition. But just think about it. I guess in OSTİM industry, as an example's sake, okay, you could have done a better job than Elon Musk at this time. All right? Look at the quality of the work. They didn't even know how to do the welding. They didn't even know how to put the fasteners. Look at the big dents on the hull. It is awful. So that means to me, as an example, it is really not about technology. It is not about the capabilities or the capacity or even the people skills. Okay, because those people who were employed at the time, it was their first time doing some welding on a stainless steel for a space rocket. It was the first in the world. But I think it's all about those three things I mentioned: being timely and focusing on a market of the future in a timely manner, focusing on competitive advantage so that you can raise capital and get support, because your stakeholders will know, okay, this is a great idea, this business will work, and this business will become a monopoly of the future. Why don't we put capital? Why don't we give credit, right? Why don't we work for or with those, right? Competitive advantage is really the magnet that brings all other key ingredients together and keep them together as a virtuous cycle, instead of waiting for a miracle to happen, right? And the third is they just did it, right? Instead of waiting for the perfect design for years and decades, they just started doing it, and they failed. I don't know how many times, maybe 7 or 11 rockets were exploded. But each time they got better and better by learning from the failures. They made engineering changes, design changes, and it is now almost perfect. So I think this is really key to note the value of these three items. Of course, these are not exhaustive. There are more, but these are enough to establish you to start your journey in the right direction and do the right things in the right time. I hope you enjoyed and found my presentation beneficial. Thank you very much. It was my honor to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Have a nice day. Now, we would like to thank Sahip Eren Yılmaz for his speech. Now we are starting our call for paper. There is going to be a call for paper presentation by Sustainable Energy Usage in Museums and Examination of Lighting on Energy Efficiency by Dr. Evren Tandoğan from Faculty of Fine Arts, Design and Architecture of Atılım University. Prepared with Dr. İbrahim Baran Uslu from Electricity Program of OSTİM Technical University.
Hi everyone. It's very successful presentation where we made at the second day's last presentation. I want to talk about the museums, not policy or energy. Mr. Baran Uslu and I started to examine the museum in Ankara in terms of sustainability energy use. In this context, this presentation deals with the issue of lighting in 2 museums in Ankara. Museums are non-profit institutions where serve for the development of the society, collect, conserve, and exhibit concrete materials belonging to people and environment for research, education, and pleasure purpose. Witnessing the past, carrying this witness to the future by protecting, museums play an important role for development as well. According to the ICOM, International Council of the Museums, museums must direct society by making studies, encourage people for change work, or livable planets, social justice and fair economic traits, and add value to the social memory. societal memory. With these responsibilities, the museums are faced with more social, economic, or ecological difficulties than ever. Especially the increasing energy bills affect the sustainability of these locations, which are also firms. The factor affecting the energy use in museums can be listed as below: the buildings where the museum is located, the physical condition of the galleries, lighting, cooling, humidifications, ventilation, and features of the safety equipments. A museum will dissipate energy even when there is no visitors. One of the important issues for the sustainability of museums with the least public support is the reducing of their cost. The purpose of this examination, the museum in general for energy efficient, and particularly the one in Ankara in Turkey. As a case study, two institutional museum named MTA Natural History Museum ve Türkiye İş Bankası Economic Independence Museum are visited. These museums are among the most preferred young visitors. I want to start with MTA Museum. MTA Şehit Cumada Natural History Museum. This museum, MTA Museum, hosts millions of years of history of nature and humanity. Today, museum has a comprehensive collection of fossils, minerals, rocks, and some samples from our country and various parts of the world. Also, endemic plants and animals from different geographical regions of Turkey are exhibited. I'm going to show you some exhibition images around there. For example, these exhibitions use some monitoring sensitive luminaires around all the exhibitions and showcases. Burada bir atlama olmuş tabii ki. The exhibition elements which were considered when it was the first open have developed over time, but the general lighting has not been changed in this direction. Special lighting is just in the showcase. Some places are intersect each others. As you can see, the circles at the photograph. Showcases improve, but not lighting with them. Some exhibition areas, not any lighting around. And they use some spotlight in the showcases. That spotlights make some, how can I say, some, I'm sorry, shadows, and you can see the photograph there. There is different lighting around the case, spotlights, and the panels, PVC tensor causes. You can see the other showcase in the around. It seems that the soft and homogeneous lighting obtained with LED luminaires behind the PVC tensor, which you can see the back stage of the photograph, is better the other spotlights because it's not making light brightness. Some showcases doesn't have any lighting. I'm sorry, bu yanlış sunum. So, as you can see, natural and artificial lighting elements were used together in the museum, and mounting sensitive luminaries were preferred in all exhibition space and showcases. The exhibition elements, which are considered when it was first opened, have developed over time, but the general lighting has not been changed in this direction. Spotlight are uses all spaces. There is no lighting for all objects exhibited on the metal and wooden platform or new boards. Shaded surface and quite common due to the working principle of recessed spot used in the showcases, providing a point light and on surfaces without direct lighting. Their own shadows falls on the showcase due to the light coming from behind the viewer. It is seen that the soft and homogeneous illumination obtained with LED luminaries behind the PVC tensioner causes less light, burst, and shaded are compared to the use of spotlights. Not all lightings are effectively used in these museums. In second museum is Türkiye İş Bankası Economic Independence Museum, opened in 2019. This place is an important place. In this museum, the great steps that Turkey has taken towards economic independence since the foundation of the republic are discussed together with the history of bank. First and second floor exhibition, as you can see, about the buildings and the bank's communicational and social contribution activities. The buildings was designed by Giulio Mongeri, one of the famous architects of the period, in the style of the first national architectural movement. Inspired by the forms of the Seljuk and Ottoman classic periods. The building, which is one of the symbols of the Republican modernization, is the starting point of many public places and social and cultural buildings located on both sides of the boulevard extending to the Çankaya. This floor in difference room, there are photographs, models, and video narration showing the original use of buildings, like here, and stories and importance of buildings, banks, communication, and social contribution activities with the showcases. There is some photographs around there. Currently, in this museum, there is lots of daylight using. I'm sorry, this presentation, not true one. No, not true one. That's why my interest is, I'm so sorry. Daylight is daylight. They use lots of daylight in the museum. In the same time, LEDs and spots, we saw the showcases and the rooms. But there is no monitoring sensations around the showcases. dikkatim şöyle dağıldı. Sunum eksik ve şey. Evet. O yüzden dikkatim dağıldı. Yoksa böyle de devam edebilirim. Fourth and fifth floor of the building have been used for temporary exhibition and events. Currently, at the time this work has being done, the Milli Mücadele'nin 100. yılında İstiklal sergisi, Nevhiz Tanyeli, Varlığımın Garip Şarkısı, retrospective painting exhibition, and the fourth floor sanatsal cam sergisi held with the scope of the festival. In addition, the natural light recessed spot placed on the suspended ceilings and moving spots that can change their number, location, and the direction on the rail of the ceiling according to the content of the exhibition were used. Both museums were very an interesting exhibition. META and deals with with this exhibition, which conveniently change of the worlds and living things in the historical process with the more traditional narrative. On the other hand, İş Bankası Museum conveys the economic development of our Republican history by using up-to-date technology such as video and protection. This situation, which presents different learning activities together is an approach that attracts more attention from the museum visitors. In both museums, natural and artificial lighting elements were used together, although motion-sensitive luminaries are preserved in exhibition space and showcases in META Museum. This system is not used in İşbank Museum. In the META Museum, where a motion-sensitive system is used, there is no light in the showcases or in the line with the interest of the visitors, even during the peak hours of the visit. On the other hand, it's seen that all the lighting fixtures are used in the İşbank Museum, even if there are a limited numbers of the visitors at noon when the daylight. It is seen that LED-based systems are predominantly used in both museums. This is an important choice for more efficient approach to the energy use. When the attitudes of the two museums are compared, it can be said that the META Museum, which was opened about 10 years ago, considering the current usage decision, has a more conscientious attitude toward energy use compared to the İşbank Museum opened 2019. In the İş Bankası Museum, halogen lamps are still used to protect the original parts of the historical buildings, chandeliers, and decorations, and provide a higher level of illuminations in some places. The efficiency factor of this lamp is low. At the last word, museums, which are considered as smokeless industry and one of the important focus of tourism, should be an attractive and guiding part of society, leading society, and encourage the society by working with the communities in the sustainability use of energy. Thank you for all committee to this conference.
Our academicians, our dear guests, and our dear students, we have come to the of this year's Strategic Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference. We hope to meet you again at next year's Sepip conference organization.